Loud. Here. Mr. Walker?
Here.
Ms. Fox?
Here.
Ms. Heinrich?
Here.
Mr. Rich?
Here.
Ms. Williams?
I'm here.
I myself, I am here. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask our superintendent to lead us in the pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Mr. Rich?
Thank you. I move that we approve the regular meeting agenda for January 11th, 2022 as presented.
Support?
Thank you, Mr. Rich. There's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda for today, seconded by Mrs. Smith. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing no abstentions, we will approve the agenda. Thank you. We will now move to board announcements. Welcome again to the January 11th regular Board of Education meeting. The next meeting of the Board of Education will be held on January 25th at 6 p.m. All regular meetings are open to the public and will be cablecast live on TB10. Before we get started, I would like to address the recent developments. Obviously, earlier today, there was a demonstration related to the district's recent 21-day challenge, both in support of and against the promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have been advised that a large number of protesters against diversity, equity, and inclusion were from people outside of our community. So first, we would like those who are attending as guests to understand the protocols for this meeting, and then we will share a statement related to our DEI efforts. This board meeting is held for the purpose of conducting Board of Education business. This is not a meeting of the public, but is a meeting held in public. There is an agenda item for public comment. This is the portion of the meeting where members of the public may address the board. Public comment cards can be filled out and will be collected before this agenda item. I will go over the protocols for public comment at that time. Please remember to silence all cell phones and electronic devices at this time. In addition, out of courtesy to those in the audience, we ask that you refrain from sidebar conversations and that you step out into the hallway if you feel the need to carry on a conversation. We thank you for your cooperation. As we anticipated a larger than normal attendance tonight, this meeting was moved to this venue, North Farmington Public High School, to provide adequate space to accommodate attendees with a social distancing opportunity. I want to thank our district, specifically Joe Green, principal here, Tanya Corbett, Scott Fifield, John Barth, Jim Pierce, Sandra Rivette. I apologize if I'm leaving anyone out, but there was a tremendous amount of effort, including the effort of our Farmington and Farmington Hills Police Department in putting this together and making sure that we had a safe environment. So I appreciate all of those who helped to pull this together last minute. Consistent with our protocols since the pandemic began and the board's return to in-person meetings, for the safety of those in the room that are immunocompromised and to align with the Oakland County masking requirement for staff and students, we ask that everyone wear a mask. If you choose not to wear a mask, we ask you to sit on the appropriate designated side of the auditorium. I want to say a few things given our recent events related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Board of Education is in receipt of correspondence over the past few weeks in response to our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts and our recent 21-day challenge. We received a great deal of positive responses on our initiatives. Our community has been very clear to us that they value and support our DEI efforts. The 21-day challenge was created and curated to respond with the results of our educational equity audit, which took place last school year and incorporated survey results from nearly 5,000 stakeholders across our community, and was also recommended by our Board of Education after some of our members participated in the challenge as part of an Oakland County initiative. The information contained in the challenge came from a variety of sources, which we've shared in a statement. I, for one, am proud of the work that we are doing in FPS, and I speak for every member of the Board of Education in thanking Dr. Delgado, his cabinet, for embracing DEI, and Dr. Goodrum for curating the resources for the 21-day challenge and creating a brave space for our community to come together and to share discussions that can sometimes be uncomfortable. We did, however, receive several complaints related to the challenge. Many of these came again from outside of our community, and some of them were vulgar and offensive. The board will not respond to these. Concerns we received related to some of the suggested equity actions, which included participating in the Black Lives Matter movement. It's important to recognize that our challenge did not refer to the Black Lives Matter organization itself, but rather the movement. Our very own students held a Black Lives Matter rally on our Hill in 2020, which was one of the precursors to our equity proclamation. We value our students. We hear them. Our student and staff experiences are real and valid. We want them to know that we value them and their expressions, and we will continue to hear from them as they peacefully express themselves to us. Another action that generated concern was the suggestion to donate to bail efforts for people arrested for peacefully protesting injustices. Again, we support peaceful protests, including those of our students. And the final concern raised was related to Day 18, which discussed microaggressions and used a resource provided by the Michigan Association of School Administrators. The resource not only listed possible microaggressions, but went on to explain why the listed phrases were considered microaggressions. We believe it is crucial to understand these verbal, behavioral, and environmental indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that have or can be perceived to have a hostile, derogatory, or negative racial slight or insult to a person or group. Understanding this and cultural diversity in the classroom is a crucial part of being able to anticipate where certain lessons might lead, may not resonate with a particular group, or identify issues that might arise between students and personal learning styles. If a word or phrase or behavior is offensive to a person or group of people, we need to acknowledge that. If we don't, we aren't appreciating other perspectives. We aren't going to be successful in our equity efforts, and we certainly are not going to be inclusive. I want to be clear. The Board of Education wants to promote adult behaviors that support a culture of equity and innovation because FPS has a vision for high achievement for all of its students. Together with our community, we will engage every student in a quality learning experience, empowering each student to become a thoughtful, contributing citizen in a changing world. As part of our learner profile, we believe, in addition to learning basic math or English and science, that our students need other skills, which we hear from employers are necessary to be successful. This includes being able to respond to real-life challenges and experiences, thinking critically and creatively, being able to communicate clearly and effectively, considering multiple perspectives, responding to diverse viewpoints with an open mind, sensitivity, and understanding. At FPS, our education professionals, parents, and students believe it is important for our students to understand the civic responsibilities of integrity, honesty, fairness, justice, and respect for the dignity and understanding of individuals, groups, communities, and the world. As we become increasingly diverse in our society, and as the world continues to change, it is important to become culturally competent to effectively live and collaborate with people of different racial, cultural, and ethnic backgrounds. I appreciate that some people in our community, and certainly members outside of our community, may feel differently. But this is why we've developed, in connection with our community, our strategy. We are open to learning and hearing from the public, and will continue to welcome those with different perspectives into our strategic planning discussions. At FPS, we have no plans to discontinue our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. It's the right thing to do, and we stand behind our district, our staff, our students, and our community. We invite them to continue to be courageous, innovative, and open during these difficult times. With that, I will move on to our regular agenda. The next item on our agenda are our board goals. At each meeting, we review the board goals that we set up for the year to measure ourselves and our progress. Our first board goal is with respect to board education, and I'm very proud to mention that we have achieved our goal for the year, which was for our full board to be certified by MASB. That means that all of our board members have now participated in all 100 level courses, and we did this in less than a year. That is a phenomenal accomplishment, and this is the first time in over 10 years that this board has been certified. So congratulations to the board. Thank you. The second board goal is with respect to exploring innovation. We have met our goal as of December 31st by forming a legislative committee, by building relationships with other school boards, and by increasing student voice through our communications and community engagement committee, which has developed a plan for our 22 school year. Board goal 3 was around executing on our vision and strategy. The board members have been participating on strategic planning committees, and the board policy governance committee developed a plan which aligns with our DEI objectives, and that was all done by 12/31. So congratulations on meeting that goal. And then our fourth goal was community engagement. We did develop a community engagement committee that developed a plan, and we have a plan with respect to board engagement, and I think most of us have met that goal before the end of the year, having attended at least 4 events throughout the school district. So thank you for your commitment to board service. I know that this is a volunteer effort, and I appreciate all that you do. So congratulations to the board on continuing to meet its goals. The next area on our board agenda is with respect to the MASB Board of Directors nomination, which is in your consent agenda. We have the opportunity to identify a person to be represented on the Board of Directors, and so that will show up on your, in your consent agenda for later on in the agenda. We will now move to items from the Secretary, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Weems. The board has received communications regarding schools of choice, 21-day equity challenge, COVID mitigation strategies, and remote learning. Communications are acknowledged, and when appropriate, a response is provided. A list of correspondence can be found in the board packet, which is available on the Farmington Public School website.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Our next agenda item is legislative update. Dr. Blau.
Yes, the primary development was actually yesterday when the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services updated its COVID-19 quarantine guidance for K-12 schools. Masking and social distancing are still recommended, and there is a test to stay and mask to stay policy that is recommended. It's very complicated and technical, so I'm not going to go over the details now, but go ahead and go to the MDHHS site and you can read all of those guidelines. It's basically what we have been doing in terms of our masking and social distancing. However, there are some changes in the number of days for quarantining and so forth.
Thank you, Dr. Blau. Seeing no further questions related to those items, we will now move to recognitions. Dr. Delgado.
Thank you, President Weems. My first recognition this evening are the individuals with me up here on the stage. January is Board of Education Recognition Month, and I want to thank this board for your commitment to each other, for your commitment to the children and the families in this district, and for your selection and support of me in these first 7 months. In July, I joined the team that you see up here and feel fortunate to partner with individuals who care deeply about teaching and learning and are committed to this school community. The role of a board member involves hours of reading, research, and preparation for not only board meetings twice a month, but over 20 subcommittees and community-based organizations that every individual on this stage serves on. I applaud you all for your stamina, for your dedication. You heard just a moment ago that they are now a certified board, which involved hours of training on their own. For their focus as we continue to move the district forward as a unified team, and most importantly, for their love of the families and the children in the Farmington Public Schools. I'm proud to work with you all and congratulate you on Board of Education Recognition Month, if you'll join me. My next recognition, if you want to make your way to the stage, is the HOSA group from Farmington High School, along with their teacher, Mr. Tim Russell. So as they make their way up to the podium, I will talk about them. Farmington High School students created a stress coping strategy website for high school students. Very soon to the podium, we will see Amy Pan, Amatullah Poonawala, and Srhitha Nimmagadda. They are all juniors at Farmington High School and are in the HOSA Future Health Professionals working. They are working in the HOSA group on a community awareness event project. And I believe we're going to, at some point, put their website up on the board. Their topic is stress in high schoolers with a goal to help their peers better cope with stress. As I mentioned before, they are joined with their teacher, Mr. Russell. And earlier today, they were the spotlight for our Farmington Public Schools January Spotlight of the Month, which will be up on YouTube here in a couple of days. Amy Pan said, due to the recent events in the past year with the pandemic, we feel like finding ways to deal with stress is more relevant than ever. As part of their wellness project, these three classmates created both an infographic and a website about coping strategies. Kudos to Amy, Amatullah, and Srhitha on a great project. HOSA is a national student organization that promotes career opportunities in the healthcare industry through leadership development, motivation, and recognition for secondary, post-secondary, adult, and collegiate students. And not only are we proud of their effort and the idea that was generated from their class with Mr. Russell, they also competed. And ladies, would you like to tell us what place you came in?
We got first at regionals.
They got first at regionals. So congratulations to our HOSA group, and we would love it if you could share with us, both you and Mr. Russell, a little bit about where the idea came from, about the class that you have with Mr. Russell, and about the competition.
Okay, so first of all, hello everyone. My name is Amatullah, and I am honored to be speaking here today about our project. We first decided that we wanted to do HOSA as a team event, and all three of us love to work together, and we work together really well. So we were like, what event could cater to our needs? And we had originally decided a different event, but it just didn't go with what we were passionate about. And then as a few months went by and we did go between different events, we realized that we were passionate about what was happening around us. And what we saw was that many high schoolers, our own peers, were very stressed. And with all of the recent events that were happening in December and just COVID in general, everything was making many high schoolers stressed, especially with the year online. And so we decided that we wanted to make our community, especially our high school community, more aware about stress, especially methods of coping with the stress.
So we first researched stress in our IB psychology class with Mr. Russell, and that's where we learned about the negative effects stress has on our body. And we realized that this was a very important topic that everyone should know about. Like, everyone throughout their life feels stress. So we researched into the topic, and through community awareness, we created an awareness campaign, and with our website and our infographic, we feel like we were able to make our community more aware about this important topic.
So we wanted to learn more about stress that our peers face because our target audience was high school students, which is why we sent out a Google Forms survey to our peers, and we received over 500 responses, and most of the students said they didn't have great coping methods, which is why we decided to create our website and infographic to help our students or help our peers find new ways to better cope with their stress in healthier ways.
Wonderful. And if Mr. Russell, if you could share a little bit about your thoughts.
Well, I mean, this is all about them. They kind of took off and ran with this. One of the reasons I'm Tim Russell. I've been in the district now for 28 years. I've been teaching in the IB program for 8 years. The reason why I chose the health option over other options like, say, abnormal psychology, which a lot of people are very interested in that, is because I wanted my students to learn about how psychology can help you before you have issues. And especially since the IB program, tends to be challenging, I hear. I thought it would be good for them to learn about, stress coping methods, and that was all before, pandemic life. And so they've run, like I said, they've run with it. They've done a great job with it, and that's what I always hoped with that part of the IB program, the IB Psych program, that it would help them to live, fuller, safer, happier lives. So I'm glad that they took off with it, and they did apparently an awesome job. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Mrs. Smith?
Congratulations. My daughters were able to take, well, at least 2 of them, were able to take that class a few years ago when they were here. And it has paid off for the one who is now a surgical technician. And it helps with all of us to have this throughout the district so that our students can know there's other things out here to do in the medical field, whatever. I had the opportunity a couple of months ago to come sit in one of your classes to watch an autopsy being done, because as me being a former student at Wayne State in the mortuary science field, I had the opportunity to see it done not in person, but in by camera. So congratulations to all 3 of you, and to you too, Mr. Russell, for a job well done. We appreciate all what you have done as one of Farmington's finest, and keep up the work, girls, and maybe one day one of us might be your patient. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I just have one question. So it sounded to me like you surveyed a lot of people. It sounded like 500 folks. Did you learn what were the biggest stressors to high school students? Is it testing? Is it school? Is it COVID?
So for us, the biggest stressors were obviously school, and then just planning for the future, like your SAT or colleges, and then just personal life.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that with us. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My next recognition of the evening, if he wants to make his way down, is a Hillside principal, Mr. Rob Kauffman. And as he's making his way down, I will speak about him. The Michigan Elementary and Middle School Principals Association, also known as MEMPSA, along with SETSEG, announces Principal Robert Kauffman as the 2021 Principal of the Year. Rob is currently the principal at Hillside Elementary and Farmington Public Schools. His nomination was supported by many administrators, colleagues, teachers, parents, and local community leaders. The MEMPSA Principal of the Year Award acknowledges contributions to the well-being of the educational community, contributions to a positive environment, motivating and inspiring others, service and achievement in the community, recognition of leadership by the community, orderly and purposeful school leadership, and student achievement. Rob is a longtime MEMPSA member and has served as an administrator for over 25 years. He has remained passionate about serving in leadership roles within MEMPSA and the MEMPSA Foundation. Rob held the position of MEMPSA president during the 2012-13 school year and currently sits on their board. He has championed a partnership between the MEMPSA Foundation and the pediatric oncology team at Royal Oak Beaumont Hospital to discover additional areas of support to students fighting cancer. As a district level, Rob's Assistant Superintendent of Instruction and Talent Development, Kathy Smith, wrote, "It is not easy to find an administrator who has demonstrated and perfected a delicate blend of impact and results for students, parents, and staff. Part of this blend includes significant gains at his building in student achievement, particularly with African American students and English language learners. At the building level, one of his teachers, Jill Machaney, shares, Rob is extremely invested in learning about the cultural backgrounds of students at Hillside and empowers teachers to do the same. He recognizes the strengths of each teacher and continually pushes their thinking to help them grow as educators and individuals." The founder of the Dream Kings Leadership Program shared, "His unyielding drive to make Hillside Elementary School a more inclusive institution of learning for the entire student population is to be applauded." Rob has undoubtedly earned the honor of Principal of the Year, and we're excited to support him in this new title and so proud to call him a colleague and a friend. Congratulations, Rob. And I believe we have with us Mr. Mike Domagolski, President of MEMPSA, who'd like to share a few words as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Members of the board, Dr. Delgado, and community members as well. I don't really have a whole lot to say because Dr. Delgado, you nailed it. So I'm just going to close my envelope. I'm Mike Domagolski. I'm the principal at St. Clair Middle School up in St. Clair County. I also have the privilege of being the president of MEMPSA for the 2021-22 school year. It's hard to follow the footsteps of a guy like this, but I am humbly honored to acknowledge him as the principal of the year for MEMPSA. In my short time, I've known Mr. Kauffman. Passionately humble is a great way of expressing how I feel about him, but his hard work, his ethics, and the way he's just passionate about not only just his building, his district, his kids, his community is paramount. And it wasn't a question on who should be the principal of the year for 2021. So as president of MEMPSA, I just wanted to show my presence and our support of the over 1,200, almost 1,300 members that could have won this award. You've got a rock star. You've got a rock star, a rock star. So you have a rock star of an administrator, you have a rock star of a person. So congratulations to Mr. Kauffman, and thank you for just allowing me to speak for the 1 minute. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Kauffman, you are welcome to say anything you would like.
Yeah, it's so humbling, and I do what I do because I love it. I absolutely love helping students and making a difference in their lives. And I just can't thank Mike enough for being here, Dr. Delgado and the board's support. Definitely need to thank my colleagues. I've been able to work with 19 years in Farmington, and I've worked with some amazing administrators over those years. I'm very thankful for that. I definitely need to thank the parents at Hillside Elementary, the staff who really, when you have a staff like this, it allows you to really truly fly and do your very best as a building administrator. I'm very lucky because I have some of them here, but the Hillside students, because they are what make me get up every day and do what I do every day. And they just fill me every day, and I feel so fortunate to do what I do. So, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank, and she is sitting out here, my wife, Julie, because, yeah, it's an amazing job. Trust me, I absolutely love it. But it does have a lot of demands, and she has just been a nonstop support for us. And she is also a Farmington teacher at Kenbrook Elementary as a resource room, an amazing resource room teacher there. So very fortunate, and I just really thank everybody and just really appreciate this honor. And trust me, I really plan to use it to continue to do great things for kids across Farmington and Oakland County and the state of Michigan. Anything I can do, I really want to continue to do that. So thank you.
Mr. Kauffman, we are so appreciative of you. On behalf of the board, we extend heartfelt congratulations to you. I know that we all feel so fortunate to have so many fine administrators being recognized this year, right? Among, did they say 1,200 administrators across the state? That's amazing. Congratulations to you, congratulations to your wife, and congratulations to the students of Hillside. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
And we originally were going to recognize Mr. Kauffman in December, but chose to bump it to January for a very special reason. At this point, I would love to invite up our Hillside Robotics Lego Legends team. Come on up.
All right.
And yes, they brought their robot with them. So while they're getting situated, let me talk to you a little bit about the achievements. In November 20th, 2021, the team won Robot Performance Award at Riverside Qualifier and advanced to the state championship round. On December 19th of 2021, the team participated in the state championship round and presented their learnings in a very commendable way. They are sponsored by Panasonic Automotive, and has been the sponsor of the Hillside Robotics team, continuously supporting and sponsoring many, many students for the past 3 to 4 years. To this date, Panasonic Automotive has contributed more than $15,000 for supporting the STEM activities at Hillside Elementary. The Lego Legends team, the first Lego League from Hillside Elementary, their mission is inspiring the youth through hands-on STEM learning, exploring real-world problems, and learning how to design and code. And I just have your first names, but if you can just raise your hand and wave to us. I have Ajay. All right. And he's got the robot up here. Rish. All right. Jacob. Not here tonight. Hazel. All right. Navya. Robert. Not tonight. Tanvi. Rosaria. Not here. Joseph. Tampoco, and Daniel. Okay. So if you would give us a chance, whoever wants to go first, and we also, I'm sorry, have their sponsor, Padu Kanagaraj, if you want to share a little bit about the first Lego League.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rishi, and what we do every year is we try to find problems that our community is having, and we try to think up solutions. This year, we came up with package theft. We checked graphs and saw that a lot of packages were getting stolen, but the main problem was that the majority of people weren't doing anything. So we decided to try and think of a solution.
My name is Navya, and our innovation project, our problem was package theft. So every once in a while when somebody delivers a package, people were stealing it. So our solution was a lockbox, and we call it the package protector.
Hi, my name is Tanvi, and we tried to figure out a problem that was package theft, and we figured out the package protector. We did a Google survey, and we shared it to our colleagues to see if they got people are stealing their packages, so we can get a little bit of an idea what to do with this package protector. This doesn't really have anything to do with it, but I'm not sure if it'll make anyone laugh. But okay, so there were 3 men, and the first guy said, "I'm such a good driver that I can go within 6 inches of a cliff and not fall off." The second guy said, "I'm such a good driver that I can go within 1 inch of a cliff and not fall off." And the third guy said, "Oh yeah, well I'm such a good driver, I stay as far away from cliffs as I can." Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. This is Padu from Panasonic, and we support STEM activity for almost like 4 or 5 years with Hillside Elementary. And I was doing robotics for more than like 12 years, and we will continue to support our community for STEM education. That's our robot, what we designed with this students, and you can, if you want to pass it on, if you can pass it on to the students.
We don't want to break it. We don't want to break it, but can we pass it around?
Okay, that's good. I think this team has been done really a good job this year. And because of all the COVID situation going, right, we have committed with the students, and this is the first year for them to do it. And they won the competition at the qualifying event, and with the help of Mr. Kauffman and the school, with Panasonic sponsorship, we able to achieve a lot of things this year.
Is it any way he can come and pass this around? Because I'm used to Lincoln Logs, I'm not
It's all right.
I'm right here, sweetie. Because Ms. Smith don't want to tear up anything.
We're going to get it at the end. I have a question.
Sure.
So who came up with the idea to address package theft? Because it's a real problem. Who came up with the idea?
You guys, okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Meena. I'm one of the lead coach here. So this time, the theme is about Cargo Connect, how we can efficiently deliver and receive the cargo. That's the theme for the year 2021 for the robotics. So kids, we all actually written down so much of ideas. We brainstormed, and at last we had a voting among the kids, and most of the kids were worried about their packages getting stolen. So that's how we decided upon, okay, let's do something for the package getting theft here in our community. That's it.
That's wonderful. I have one other question, unless any of my board members have another question. So how many times would you say you failed before you got the product the way you wanted it to?
Go ahead.
A lot.
Even the night before the competition, we were still doing a lot of changes. Yes, this is how we learned it.
But we learn from our mistakes.
That is beautiful. I'm glad you learned from your mistakes, and I'm glad that you tried and tried again. That's wonderful. Thank you guys for presenting to us. That was awesome. I love to see this creativity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you. I think that marks the end of our recognition. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. Dr. Delgado, we will now move to district updates.
Thank you, President Weems. And I have a few remarks that I'll share at the end of our district updates, but just from the superintendent's update, I just would like to welcome everyone back to the new year and to essentially the second half of our school year. This past week, my cabinet and I were fortunate enough to do 2 school visits, one at Wood Creek Elementary and another at Power Middle School, and it was so exciting to see people rested and refreshed and excited about being back in school together, and there was wonderful teaching and learning that was going on. We look forward to continued in-person school visits as well. At this time, I would like to move to our next update and invite our wonderful Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Dr. Bobby Goodrum, Hayes Goodrum, to come on down. And we have an administrative introduction that we're very excited about for our Director of Instructional Equity, State and Federal Programs, and MTSS. And Dr. Goodrum can take it away.
It's like the price of right. Come on down. Good evening. I am Bobby Hayes Goodrum, your Assistant Superintendent for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and it is my honor and privilege to introduce Mr. Christopher O'Brien, who has been selected to be our Director of Instructional Equity, State and Federal Title Programs, and MTSS, and also Title IX Coordinator. It's a very long title. Mr. O'Brien has been in the Farmington Public School District, or he has been an educator for over 23 years. Only one of those years has not been spent in Farmington. He has been a teacher in Farmington. He has been an elementary principal. He has been a middle school assistant principal. He's been a high school assistant principal and principal. And so it is just, we are wonderfully blessed to have him in this position. I want everyone to know that he had a very strenuous interview process. He'll tell you he interviewed with, we involved parents, we involved students, we involved paraprofessionals, secretaries, teachers, directors, all the members of cabinet. And just so that everyone understands, The Department of Instructional Equity is the department that makes sure that all of our English language learners have the support they need. They handle our Section 504 students. That means our students who may not be eligible for special education, disability, but still have some challenges. And most importantly, our multi-tiered systems of support, which is the way that we add interventions for every single student in our district who requires them. Also, our community support services, which handles our homeless students, our students who may be in foster care, students who may be transitioning in and out of our district. So just making sure, again, our department motto is all children, all families, all staff, all the time. So I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Christopher O'Brien.
I want to first of all thank the school board. Throughout the years as a principal, as a teacher, administrator in this district, the school board in Farmington has always been so supportive of our initiatives and helping us. I want to thank you, Dr. Delgado, as well as Dr. Goodrum, for your support and also trusting me with this position. It's something very important that we look at instruction, especially supporting students who are from other countries, supporting students who may struggle academically, and making sure that every student in Farmington has what they need. So it's something that I'm looking forward to. It's a wonderful challenge. I do want to thank, of course, my family. My wife is here, way in the back, but I thank her for her support because as Mr. Kauffman, Rob mentioned, any principal, when you have long hours and hard work, your wife is the one that really supports, or your spouse supports you. So I want to thank my wife because she supported a lot. And sadly, I'm leaving a great place in Wood Creek. It's going to be very emotional, wonderful school. But I'm looking forward to a new challenge and leave. So it's bittersweet. Looking forward to a new challenge, but leaving a really great place. So thank you all for your support.
I would just like to say, as Mr. O'Brien returns to his seat, that first of all, I really appreciate the fact that Mr. O'Brien spent the overwhelming majority of his career here at Farmington Public Schools. And I have to acknowledge the fact that I met Mr. O'Brien several years ago in his capacity as principal of Wood Creek Elementary when my children were attending Wood Creek Elementary. So I know Mr. O'Brien very well. I appreciate his work ethic. I appreciate his time and attention and focus on students. And I couldn't be happier for him in his position. So congratulations. And congratulations also to his wife. Welcome to more work and longer hours. Congratulations. Dr. Delgado?
And our next district update, as many of you know, we have an overarching strategic plan that has 5 goal areas and within it 8 subcommittees. These committees meet virtually and are led by our own staff as well as our parents. We have over 100 community members that are participating in the strategic plan committees in one form or fashion. And we made a commitment this year to have every other board meeting have a presentation of one of these subcommittees, and we have the next committee tonight. So it is my pleasure tonight, our co-leaders and co-chairs from the Creating Systems for Equity and Innovation will be sharing an update from their wonderful committee work. Our co-leaders are Kim Morrow and Suzanne Brzezinski, and they are supported by co-chairs Rhonda Henry and Lydia Moore. I will now turn things over to Kim and Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Delgado. Good evening, board. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. We're excited to share a touch point with you this evening. I have with me Suzanne Brzezinski, my co-lead. I also have some of our group members here. So Suzanne and I are going to kind of brush over some of the touch points, and we'd really like to hear from the community's experience with the process as well tonight. So again, thank you for having us this evening. We did prepare a slide presentation.
I'm not sure if we have a slide presentation queued up.
Okay. We'll be okay.
But we do have it.
You do have. Thank you. We'll be okay without it. Thank you for that. We did have last year. You know, when we started our strategic planning process, we started last spring. We have conducted 3 meetings last spring, and at that point is where we set our 2 objectives. And so for our group, creating systems for equity and and innovation, our two objectives were, what is equity and innovation in Farmington schools? We felt it was really important to develop that common language. What is equity and innovation in Farmington schools? Our other objective, what system characteristics represent equity and innovation? So the first, defining a common language, and the second, operationalizing that language. That was kind of the work of last year. So when I think about the spring last year, one of the quotes that kept coming up, and I'm not going to contribute an author to this quote because I think I would do it wrong between Dr. Kauffman, Dr. Goodrum, and maybe even Dr. Marks. But the quote that kept coming up last year was, "You can't have equity without innovation." We were new to that. It was very surface. And as we went through this process, one of the things that we discovered very early on was the interconnectedness. It wasn't just a connection, it was intertwined. Equity and innovation. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Should I arrow or does somebody arrow? Okay, I'll arrow. How about that? Okay.
They heard you. They're following you.
Hey, there we go. And so this really resonated with us. This quote really resonated with us as we did this work. You can't have equity without innovation. And so as we went through this process, that intertwining became more and more real. And that led us more towards this year. Last year, we spent some time developing that common language, like I said. This year, more on the second objective, which is really operationalizing equity and innovation. So in terms of getting started, we knew we had to accommodate the group. Our group is strong. In fact, we have extra members here. I saw Mrs. Shepard. I'm not sure if anybody else is here. But we knew we had to accommodate our group and think broader than the people whose faces we saw on the screen each month. And the way that we did that is we utilized, teachers in Farmington have access to Padlet, online software that really allows us to post and people to comment. So those people who weren't at the meetings were able to have their voice heard. We were really trying to avoid the pitfall of whoever's there has the voice. The group has the voice, not just those present. And so we really started to utilize the entire group, 54 members strong, predominantly community members. And again, you'll hear from some this evening. The other piece of getting us started was we did just that very first objective. So we did accomplish that first objective that we were set out to be. And our current state is operationalizing that objective that Suzanne is going to speak a little bit more to this evening.
Good evening, Board. So currently, what we're doing since the beginning of this school year, at each of our meetings, we really wanted to narrow down our lens of focus and focus just on a couple of the areas at a time instead of looking at all 6 simultaneously. And those 6 areas include representation, culture, family and community engagement, teacher leadership, instruction, pedagogy, and curriculum. And with those 6 areas at each meeting, we'd break down 1 or 2 of them, and we reviewed and worked with the district recommendations from that equity audit. Through various discussions, tremendous conversation, through Zoom calls that would go well past just even within the hour we had allotted. But we also found out too, we had to go back several times because there was still more to cover. So what we did is we're deciding on the level of impact that each one of those recommendations have, how important they are to the system that we were discussing at the time with that group. So now, as I look towards the future, we only have 4 or 5 meetings left. We want to complete those discussions, and we will be ranking and making recommendations to identify the top priorities. From there, we will make those recommendations and turn them into key performance indicators for strategic planning. And now what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite a couple of those community members so that they can share their experiences that they've had over the last year and a half.
Okay, good evening. My name is Megan Fluch. I have been a part of this committee since last year when it first began. What drew me to this work is that I have experiences as a teacher, an interventionist, and an educational consultant with districts all across the state of Michigan and across this nation. I have been in multiple classrooms and have witnessed firsthand the inequities in education. I think we can all agree that something is broke that needs to be fixed. I witnessed this brokenness time and time again. Low test scores, teacher burnout, bullying, a lack of an ability to solve problems, screaming kids. Seeing these problems firsthand, I grabbed the opportunity to have some influence in my community. We began our work by coming up with a definition for educational equity. This definition emphasizes high-quality learning experiences and positive outcomes regardless of the group or the individual. I think everyone in this room would agree that we all want to see positive outcomes for every group and high-quality learning experiences, no matter what group or individual we are talking about. And that is actually the role of the school district to provide that. So our work shifted this year as we took recommendations made by the district and discussed how to prioritize them. And in this process, I began to see and hear something different emerge. And I just couldn't put my finger on it. I actually called Michelle and I'm like, can we go out and have coffee? I need to know about the district. Like, what's the story of the district? Because it seemed like there was so much focus on racism, and I'm just wondering, is this a really big issue? Then a friend forwarded me the information on the 21-day equity challenge. And it was like our work had been on the surface here, and what I saw in the 21-day equity challenge was underground, what was emerging. And it was something of a cause and an agenda. And I have like great caution and alarm in me that this does not become about activism or promoting a cause. Our initial thrust was for educational equity. And I hope that as we continue this work, that remains the priority, that all children are receiving a quality education and have quality instructors in their classroom. And that is my hope for this district as we continue in this direction. And I do want to say thank you to Kim and Suzanne. They have been fantastic leaders as they've led this very challenging meetings on Zoom, and they've done a wonderful job and given us a platform to speak and be heard. So thank you for that.
Hi and good evening. My name is Michelle Ott. I am a parent in the district, proud parent of a Farmington High School graduate in 2019, 2 middle schoolers at Power Middle School, and 1 in 5th grade at Gill. I'm very pleased to be part of this committee. As a personal experience, when we talk about equity, there are certainly racial and ethnicity. We talk equality, but there's also social economical considerations and disparities. In my own personal life, in my own family, we experienced some changes within the last 5 years, while most of the students were at Gill. And those changes were really big for our family. And the way that the school and the community embraced those changes and those challenges and really helped my students be able to continue to get an education despite those disparities and despite those differences. So for me personally, I don't have an education background. I am operations manager and senior business analyst for a medical supply company, but certainly when it comes to the students and the education and each one of them having equal access to what they need, very important for me. So I'm very pleased to be a part of the committee and to be here this evening to share with you as well.
Good evening. My name is Jason Pittman. I'm also a parent in the district. I have a son. He's a third grader, but I also had an older son who graduated from Harrison in 2018. And so one of the major reasons I joined the committee is some of the challenges my son had when he was, my older son had going through Harrison. He was in the IB program, and he was different than most of the IB students. He had locks, and you know, he just came across different. And so it was a bit of a challenge for him. So I'm not one to just complain. I'm one to get involved and try to make a difference. So it's just been a privilege and an honor to be a part of the committee. We've had great and sometimes challenging conversations. I certainly had no idea how relevant this topic was going to be this evening, but that's awesome. It's a great opportunity to talk about it. But I guess one of the most relevant points that we talked about in the committee that I think is really relevant tonight is that no one feel ashamed. No one leave the district feeling ashamed about whatever we teach and whatever we learn, make sure our students learn. That rather than shame, they just feel accountable and ready to make a difference. And so I'm just eager to be a part of that. Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments from board members? I saw Mrs. Heinrich and then Dr. Blau. Thank you.
You can go first. Okay, thank you. I just want to compliment the committee. I had the opportunity to join the committee in the fall as part of a board liaison, our strategic planning, and I'm very impressed with the representation on the committee and just the professionalism, the fact that it's community, administrators, staff, teachers, just a real spectrum across our district, and just listening to the comments and just from what I've observed in the meetings, that everybody's voice is really, everybody on the committee has a voice, and it's respected, and they really listen to each other, share things, and just the learning that takes place, you know, research articles, reading, learning and discussion on this and how everything is tied together. So I'm really excited to be a part of this work and just as we move forward, and just to compliment the members of the committee, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Dr. Blau and then Mrs. Smith.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that the Strategic Planning Committee on Equity and Innovation is being very innovative in making sure that all 54 members have various opportunities to give voice to their perspectives and concerns. That is amazing that you have created that structure, or those structures that enable committee members to participate even if and when they can't attend the meetings. And I'd like to learn a little bit about that from you at some point. I also am just so grateful to you all for your hard work, you and the other members of your large and varied committee. I also applaud you for putting forth effort to include student voice as well. So thank you so much for all that you are doing and the ways in which you're doing it.
Mrs. Smith?
I'd like to say, we as a district, we love to celebrate and not tolerate. And we're celebrating tonight. Kudos to Dr. Kauffman and Dr. Delgado and all of our superintendents and our principals. But what people fail to realize is it's not only teachers and our principals that take part in this, it's also our community members as well as other staff members, and yes, your board members. What a job well done. These are hard topics to discuss and to bring up, but they have to be discussed, they have to be brought up, and it's a huge pill to swallow but we can chop that peel up and take it bit by bit. So I appreciate all that you all have done, and you have included all children. This is not an exclusive club, it's an inclusive club, and we have included everyone in this. So thank you again for all of your hard work and countless hours and time, because it takes a lot of your time away, especially for our principals who are extremely humble. As you see, we have acknowledged a couple of people tonight that won't take that and wear it as a badge of, I did it, but they wear it as a badge of honor being part of Farmington's finest. So I want to thank you all again for all that you've done.
Mr. Rich and then Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Just an important thing to think about, and it's kind of jumping off with what Ms. Smith was saying, is that this is part of our strategic plan, right? And it's not, a strategic plan isn't something that you complete and then it stays that way forever. It is something that is constantly changing, constantly evolving, and it's because of groups like this that we look at different parts of our strategic plan and make it what we want this district to be, what we want to be moving towards. And so I just really wanted to thank all of the members of this committee. I know, having sat in some of these meetings, you have teachers who are taking this time outside of school to lead these groups, to participate in these groups. You have parents who are not only participating in this group, but also preparing dinner and helping with homework at the same time. I know that we have students who are taking time outside of their school day and outside of doing homework or talking with friends or doing any of the many things that they could be doing, and are instead using that time to help our district improve to where we want it to be and where we can get it to be. So I just wanted to thank everyone who has been part of this thus far and who want to become part of this moving forward.
Mr. Walker.
Good evening. I just want to say that I don't have the pleasure of being on your committee, but from what I see, certainly from what I hear, what your committee work, along with all the work of all of our committees as a part of our strategic plan, but yours specifically models where we want to be. And in listening to the comments tonight and looking at you tonight, you embody where we want to be. You show us that learning is not easy. In fact, true learning, meaningful learning, deep learning is uncomfortable, requires courageous conversations, and a lot of introspection. But when you get past all of that, you truly advance yourself to a much better place. So I applaud your courage. I applaud your tenacity. I applaud your beliefs and your opinions and your willingness to work together to create a place where every single student, every single person in this school district, in this community, can be a better version or be the best version of themselves. So I just want to say thank you.
And I just want to, I don't want to echo what my colleagues just said. I definitely agree with everything that they have said, but I just want to echo one thing around the time commitment. Appreciate all of this investment in time from both our staff and all of the stakeholders, whether parents or students or otherwise, who are participating in this activity. And I can tell you that each time we have one of these strategic committees come in and present to us, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. They're thoughtful. They're actually getting some work done. So thank you so much for that.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Delgado?
And before I share my final comments, I too, and before the committee leaves, I just want to say I've been in 5 school districts in 2 different states, and this is the most robust strategic planning process that I've been involved in. It is truly a representative organization with over 100 members of our community, from parents to students to our teachers giving of their own time, our staff members. So I thank the committee chairs for really making, to Mr. Rich's point, to making the strategic plan come alive. So thank you for your leadership and thank you for your work. And before we continue with the next segment of our board meeting, I too wanted to join President Weems in sharing some thoughts related to our district initiatives and to our DEI work. and I too welcome our guests this evening. One of the first opportunities I had in this new role last summer was to present to the Optimist Club. I've always been a fan of the philosophy behind the Optimist Club and appreciate their creed, which includes to think only of the best, to work only for the best, and to expect only the best. From an optimist lens, if we are thinking only of the best, that means that inherently we are presuming the positive intent of others. If we are working only for the best, that means we would seek to understand another perspective before judging. And if we expect only the best, that means we must begin with ourselves. So as I prepared to speak with this group, I thought, what could I share with a group of naturally optimistic people that would help them get to know me a little bit better and help them to understand what drives my life's work each day. So I shared a poem that I view every day entitled The Desiderata. It was written by American writer Max Ehrman way back in 1927, but it still resonates today. And don't worry, I won't read you the whole poem. I want to share a short piece with you that reflects how I have really tried to approach life, my life's work, and conflict resolution. A segment says, as far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Avoid loud and aggressive persons, for they are vexations to the spirit. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even the dull and ignorant, for they too have their story. As you may imagine, in my role, I hear from people every day who have different, often completely divergent opinions about district decisions we make. And they let me know it, for sure. And that's okay, that comes with the territory. Whether it's through a phone call, an email, a sideline conversation at a football game, or during public comment, I always sincerely try to actively listen to someone's advocacy because they're advocating for some reason. I try to sift past their emotion to truly get a sense of where they're coming from. As an example, earlier in the year, I had a prior conversation with one of our own community members who was concerned about our DEI work. And we decided to set up a Zoom call so we could see each other. And in that Zoom call, we finally uncovered what his real concern was. He felt that our emphasis on DEI and cultural work was distracting from our focus on academics. I understood that perspective. He was particularly concerned about math and English. And so because he was able to express that concern to me, and I heard him, as opposed to summarily rejecting his idea because he was opposed to some of the DEI work, I acknowledged his concern. We then moved to a different part of the conversation where I could explain to him all the areas that we're working on academically to raise our math and literacy, our English scores. And then I explained how cultural engagement actually for students is a way to enhance achievement in the classroom. We didn't agree on everything, but we understood each other better because we took the time to listen to each other. President Weems also mentioned some of the feedback we've received from community members with concerns about the 21-day equity challenge. I can share that we've also received a fair amount of feedback from students, teachers, and parents who want us to repost the challenge because of the helpful and educational information within. We have responded to those communications that the challenge was intended to be interactive, with daily reflection posts that were monitored by staff and weekly Zoom meetings to discuss, debate, and have dialogue about the topics. It never was intended to stand alone because absent the context and the dialogue, individual pieces could be misinterpreted or even misrepresented. But let me be clear. As your new superintendent, I am 100% committed to moving our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts forward, because those words have meaning. Acknowledging and celebrating the beautiful variety of cultures, religions, and abilities within our school community is diversity. Focusing on all learners, including both our students needing support and those needing enrichment, is equity. And the incorporation of relevant cultural materials that reflect the students in our schools is inclusion. Our focus moving forward in this school district is to continue to celebrate, as you saw tonight, the points of pride, the success and accomplishment in this wonderful district, and to restore faith, improve our trust with our community, and project positivity at all times in our representative roles as a Board of Education and as your superintendent. We do that through listening and through dialogue. So in partnership with our school community, we will continue this important work. And I hope and pray that we try to listen to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delgado. We will now move to item 7 of our agenda, which is reports from board committees. Are there any reports from board committees? Seeing none, we will move to discussion items, and seeing that there are no discussion items, we will now move to public comment. This is the moment many of you have been waiting for. So if you would like to speak during public comment, please fill out a card, okay? One of these cards. And then there are members of administration who I see who are coming down, who will go up and down these rows, who will collect these cards from you. We need these cards in order to be able to call you up. I will call members up from the public several at a time so that we can keep public comment going. So if you hear your name first, second, or third, please know that you are first, second, and third in line for public comment. A few things. First, everyone here has the right to speak, regardless of whether you live in the community or not. However, as public officials, we appreciate knowing whether you are from our community. So if you do live here, we'd appreciate knowing that you do live here. So please state your name and whether you live in Farmington, Farmington Hills, or West Bloomfield. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. The use of profanity or vulgarity is not only inappropriate and sets a bad example for our children, but they're just an ineffective means to make your point. We ask that you direct your comments to the Board of Education as you're sharing your perspectives with us. This board appreciates public comment. We want to hear from everyone, and where we can, we want to learn, and where appropriate, have dialogue. That said, board meetings are not the place to have dialogue. So generally, board members and the superintendent will not respond to public comment during the board meeting. Issues may be referred to the superintendent for investigation, study, or a response. If your public comment is intended to be critical of or express dissatisfaction with a particular staff member, student, or group, you're encouraged not to identify the person by name. You may request a private meeting with the district representatives or utilize the complaint process found in our policy manual, which provides for resolution at the closest point of origin. We will now start the public comment period. Currently, I'm in receipt. At first, I counted about 35. I think I probably have about 35 more. So we probably have about 70 public comment. I just wanted to let you know, we're going to give everyone 2 minutes for public comment. So we will start the timer. I'll try to give you a 30-second indicator that your 30 seconds is coming up so that you can pace yourself. In order to give everybody an ample amount of time, everyone is allotted 2 minutes. Once your 2 minutes is over, we will ask you to stop so that the next person can get their full 2 minutes. And we will keep going like that. Again, I'm going to call multiple people up at a time so that we can get the line going and so that we can make this an efficient process. I appreciate that people will want to react to public comment, and you can do so. We just hope that we keep that down a bit, because if we don't, that will eat into someone else's time, and it will also prolong the public comment period. And I think some of you probably have a bedtime. So with that, we will start with public comment. The first, got another one? Okay, thank you. The first 3 names I have are Dr. Polly Bosch-Rouge. Next is Rocky Ryskowski, and third is Nikhil Desai. As a reminder, if you could silence your cell phones, that would be helpful so that we can fully hear public comment. I do want you to do the 2 minutes, please. Yes. And are you asking me to do the 2 minutes? Tell me when we have 30 seconds, and I will tell them.
Oops.
Just a second, please. We're just going to make sure that we have our 2-minute clock up. Is this the new clock? Ready? Your time is now beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank all of you for what you do. You've had to deal with tremendous challenges that I, for one, am most grateful that you continue to hang in there with us. We moved here 30 years ago because we wanted a more diverse community for our family. Farmington and Farmington Hills is a microcosm of the world, and we should understand it more deeply. Just as we see the tip of an iceberg, what lies below is very important. We have only scratched the surface. I made a commitment last year to do more to learn about the real history of this country and the world for that matter. I needed to learn what should have been taught when I was in school back in the dark ages. We do a disservice not to teach our children this, but they should learn our history, our real history, from multiple perspectives, be open-minded, curious, caring, etc., and let them develop their own critical thinking skills and draw to their own conclusions. We as parents and those who are in our schools should model the same for our youth. I think we all need to remember that unless you are indigenous to this land, we are all immigrants, whether by choice or by force. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Ruskowski.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Superintendent, and school board and district members. I'm here as a former Wood Creek, Warner, and Harrison High School graduate. I'm here as a former representative and a longtime resident of a district that raised me with my immigrant parents. And I'm here to stand in disgust of what I read in the 21-day equity challenge. We can put as much icing or lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. Let me share with you one quick story, because I've only got 2 minutes. But I would like to enter into a dialogue with all of you, because I think the parents that are here that were in the protest, especially the Farmington Hills and Farmington parents and West Bloomfield parents, want to be heard. They want a seat at the table, not just constantly excluded for one political side or another. Let me give you a quick story of one microaggression to my heart. I served in the military for almost 27 years and defended every single right, individual, left or right or independent, vegetarian, libertarian, whatever, to have their right to be heard. But let me tell you how the story started. I was a young kid, which I normally don't talk about, that had a reading problem in Wood Creek Elementary. I couldn't read very well. I'm a dyslexic. And I went to Warner, and I was continuously told by my district that I wouldn't amount to anything. I joined the military, I went to law school, graduated law school, and I represented this district. If this land is not a land of opportunity, I don't know what it is. My mother was in a Nazi labor camp. My dad was in a Nazi labor camp. This country gave them the freedom and opportunity. And for the school district to say that saying that the United States is not a land of opportunity is a microaggression, that's what I stand to fight against. We are stand against racism. We stand with you for inclusion. We stand with you in diversity. But bring us to the table before you put something out and call it a victory and then take it off your website and say that the community didn't participate. Thank you very much.
Nikhil Desai.
Hey. So, yeah, I'm Nikhil Desai. I go to school here. It's a pretty solid place. It's been a nice meeting so far, I think. A lot of decorum, clapping. I mean, I had no idea that package theft was such a big thing. But, I mean, I feel like this issue is pretty serious. At the end of the day, this isn't about politics or anything. I mean, it's just understanding and encouragement, I guess. Like, we're not trying to promote, like, ideals. So I really appreciate you guys doing this, having this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Hayes, Lisa Efros, and Debbie Rosenman. Katie Hayes, Lisa Efros, Debbie Rosenman.
Hi, can you hear me okay? I'm Katie Hayes. I'm a Lanigan parent, a Farmington Hills parent, here representing the Community Equity Organization, along with Danielle Ware, the organization's president. We want to commend Dr. Goodrum for leading the 21-Day Equity Challenge and our district leaders for supporting this wonderful optional opportunity for adults in our community to learn and discuss issues of equity. This challenge is just one of the ways in which this board and current administration are making our schools more equitable and inclusive. We're calling on you to return the challenge to the website or to run it again and ask you to continue to encourage community members to engage with and learn about issues of equity, inclusion, and justice. We know this equity challenge is one of many initiatives that you're leading in the district, and your foresight to engage the community shows a true desire to reimagine our district to be leaders in the right education for all. That leadership has to show the priority is our students, teachers, leaders, and families know your commitment to equity is rooted in action and accountability. The way our district responds when faced with the decision to advance equity in difficult moments is important. Those actions determine how safe, included, and empowered our students and teachers feel in our schools, particularly those who are Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQ+, immigrants, speakers of other languages, and others who are often disenfranchised in education settings. We all know it is hard that our district practices equity even when it is hard, especially when it is hard. Please use this moment to show that you will always choose equity. We appreciate the work of the board, of Dr. Goodrum, of Superintendent Delgado, and of other administrators to make FPS more equitable and inclusive. Please continue to uphold your commitments with action, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Efros, Debbie Rosenman, and the next person will be, and I apologize for this, Mahaswefa Bagin.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Efros. I am a trustee on the Bloomfield Hills Board of Education, but I'm here representing myself only. Accompanying me also is my fellow trustee, Howard Barron. We both want to thank the Farmington Hills Board of Education and support you for being the first district in our county to do the 21-day challenge. This challenge and the issues surrounding it are issues that every board across the state and country will be facing if they are not already, and you only have to watch the State Board of Education meeting today, probably still going on to understand that. Schools are places of learning, and I can think of no more appropriate place to teach critical thinking and promote civil discourse. There is no one 21-day challenge, but rather this is a vehicle to be tailored and adapted to the needs of the people participating. Each day, a different exercise is presented, representing issues from multiple and varied perspectives. The objective to the presentation of information, perspectives, ideas, and voices. Objections to are dangerous. Under the guise of being American, there are those spreading misinformation and fear. Why? Ironically, I can't think of anything less American than the suppression of voice, speech, and thought. Where will it end? Book banning? Regulated speech? American history is all of our shared history. Our great country is made up of all of its citizens, as diverse in belief and thought and race, religion, and other multiple factors. We need all of these perspectives to understand who we are and who we want to become. The 21-day challenge urges us to think about things from someone else's point of view. Not only does this promote empathy, it opens minds. Thank you all.
Debbie Rosenman, Mahasawala Bargan, and Srhitha Datta.
Hi, my name is Debbie Roseman. I rise to speak as a longtime public school educator. I taught elementary school for 41 years in the Troy School District. The social studies curriculum in our schools is essential to provide the necessary education in history,
economics, geography, and civics to our students. All of our children need to learn about what happened in the past so that we can do better. We need to study current events so that we can best respond to the challenges of our time. Two of America's core democratic values are diversity and equality, and I applaud the Farmington schools for focusing on them in their educational practices in their schools, as well as in educating their community. I ask that you please put the 21-day equity challenge back on the website and to encourage your community members to engage and learn around these topics. Thank you.
Thank you. After Srhitha Datta, we will have Mary Ann Fontana.
Good evening. Thank you, board. Thank you for all the residents of Farmington Hills for coming here. I would like to thank the board for taking this initiative up. This is very, very important. As President Wayne, you said in your speech that teaching is not about teaching math, science, literature. Teaching the values is very, very important for creating future citizens. So without this, teaching the values, without teaching compassion for others, without teaching respect for others, how are we going to make good citizens for tomorrow? I come from a family of teachers. I have seen my father fight against all odds to create a great environment for schools and the students. And so very early on, I knew how important it is to raise the children, raise the students right to be the future generations, future leaders, and so that they can live in harmony. So I would request the board to continue this process, not to give up under pressure. Thank you.
After Srhitha, we have Mary Ann, and then after Mary Ann, we have William Malcolm.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Srhitha Datta. I've lived in Farmington Hills since 1996, and both my children have gone through the Farmington Public Schools. I'm here today just to say thank you for your leadership in these difficult times. In my view, diversity, equity, and inclusion is nothing more than basic fairness and respect for the dignity of all people, no matter who they are. These are fundamental values on which any democratic society is built. A primary responsibility of school is to communicate these values to our children, not just to teach reading and math. So I deeply appreciate all the work you have done to foster equity in the district and hope that you will continue this work and not only continue it, but also engage more deeply with it. Thank you.
After Mary Ann Fontaine, William Malcolm, we have Sandra Carolyn.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Fontana, and I'm from Huntington Woods, Michigan, so I'm not part of this community. But I did hear about this, and I'm here today really just as a private citizen to say that I feel so bad that things have come to this in our society. I feel that, yes, as someone earlier stated, we are all products of immigrants. My parents immigrated as babies, many, over 100 years ago, so a long time. But I know how important it is for everyone to ultimately become assimilated and to feel part of the community. And I really applaud what you are doing as a school system. I think you should be very proud of yourselves. I was so impressed to see everything that's been going on tonight. So congratulations and keep on the good work. Thank you.
After Sandra Carolyn, we're going to have Grace McBride.
Hello, everyone. My name is William Malcolm. I am a proud Farmington Hills resident.
and I'm a social entrepreneur. I've been blessed to work with over 15 years in the area of black male youth development. I was also proud to have been a part of one as the community leaders to be a part of the 2021 equity audit. Because I have a program called the Dream Kings Leadership Program, which is now going to be in 4 Farmington Hills public schools. The program is designed to teach the principles of manhood. It helps young men to realize their passions, purpose, and power so they can have strong, productive futures. I did not see the 21 challenge on the website. However, I want to tell you, as a black man in America, every day is a challenge for me. And because a couple of things I want to speak on, as a black men and boys face a disproportionate hardships that result in disparities in areas including education, criminal justice, health, employment, fatherhood, mentorship, violence. These hardships have a negative effect and consequences for our nation's productivity. Black men are subjected to unequal profiling by the police and disproportionately harsh sentencing and judicial system. Black male population is 6 times more likely to become incarcerated than white counterparts, although black male population comprises of only 6% of the United States. So in closing, I just want to say that America is and will be more successful when its citizens have equal access to economic opportunity, prosperity, and that is particularly relevant for young black men. Now more than ever, it is imperative that we take action to address the racial inequities that continue to plague our nation. As we confront the challenges of the 21st century, we need to rely on the talents and contributions of every American. Thank you.
After Sandra Carolyn, Grace McBride, and then Michael Steger.
Someone gave me this heart, and I took it from the masked person, who, by the way, can still spread the virus, because I favor justice. Justice is the quality of being just and fair, moral rightness and decency. Righteousness. Righteousness is doing right. I'm sure you all feel you're right. Time will show who's wrong. Unfortunately, this will be a costly revelation. The chair mentioned concern over slights to a person or group. Being told to sit on the appropriate side, masked or unmasked, offends me. Just as segregation based upon age, senior citizens over here, religion, could the Jews and the Christians please sit in the back? Or would the Asian attendees please attend by Zoom? Would fail to promote inclusion. It was highlighted that there are people outside the district in attendance tonight. I'm one of them. I come from neighboring Novi, not exactly an outsider. I was born and educated in Detroit, graduating from Cass Tech High School, an hour bus ride from my Northwest Detroit neighborhood, where I received an unusually excellent public education at a school that in the 1960s was unrivaled in diversity and excellence, without the school boards or the leadership spearheading politically biased and divisive efforts. So let's address equity. Equity states that we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. Allowing biological men to compete with women in sports certainly does not forward the goals of equity. These stated goals introduce hypocrisy and confusion. Let's rethink and please let's start to think. By the way, the districting, the community maps that have just been redrawn and gerrymandered recently tore apart different cities.
Thank you for your comments.
So I'm in your community.
The next person we have is Grace McBride, and then Michael Steger, and then Sue Khan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace McBride. I'm not going to tell you where I'm from. I am a citizen of Michigan, and I am a student in the state of Michigan, but for my personal safety, when I walk to my car, I would prefer not to tell you guys where I'm from and really who I am. But my name is Grace McBride. We need to stop looking at people based on the color of their skin, but the color of their soul, who they are as a person, their character, how they treat other people. Why are you diversifying yourselves by only seeing each other based on your skin, your race, your gender, who you love? Why can't you look at somebody based on who they are as a person?
and treat them equally. I will treat you with respect if you treat me with respect. I never saw race until the past 2 years. I went to a very diverse Montessori school. My best friends were of all different colors, from all different backgrounds, from all different immigrants. And I treated them with love and respect because they treated me with love and respect. And I think we all need to express that. We are a country of equality. We have equal opportunity in this country, and some paths may be harder than others, but we still all have an equal opportunity to achieve greatness in this country. This 21-day challenge isn't educating people, it's selling them their own oppression. Why would you do that to people? And frankly, you're causing diversity with the tape for the unmasked and the masked. Why is there only tape across these seats and not tape all across the masked people? I don't want to be near the masked vaccinated people right now, just like they don't want to be near me.
Please stop.
Stop creating diversion and create unity. Thank you,
Thank
and
you
God
for your
bless
comment.
America.
Michael Steger, Sue Khan, and then Carolyn Love.
All right, hi, my name's Mike Steger. I actually live in Berkeley, down the street, I guess. So I'm going to speak to the parents that are here.
Please address your comments to the board.
Okay. So, I spent most of my childhood and education in California, and it was considered a good place for education when my family moved there from Michigan. By the time I left, it was the second worst place for education in the country. And it was because of these social experiments. Okay, that's just straight, pure, clear. Whether it was environmentalism, where the big problem on the planet is what? Human beings. Oh, and an industry that gives us modern civilization. That was the big social experiment then. Today it's this. And it's meant to deploy against us to think that human beings are the problem and that some subset of human beings are the problem. So these people are running the experiment, whether they know it or not. The real question is, what do we want of our children? Right? The question is, they're all born to be capable of genius. But you don't create geniuses by being nice. Right? You can't teach people to be nice. They're not going to be geniuses. Why? Because creative genius, people that lead and help shape civilizations, whether it's Augustine or Frederick Douglass or Marie Curie or Joan of Arc or Einstein, are bold. They're disruptive. They're not taught to be nice. They deal with the challenges and resistance against them and overcome that. And you teach the children to be warriors, creative genius and warriors. That's what you educate. It's a universal conception. That's what you have to fight for, or you'll end up like California. You'll end up with a destroyed educational system, and we're going to lose our nation and self-government, and many of you know that. You want your children to be warriors, not nice.
Thank you for your comments. Excuse me, ma'am, before you speak, I just want to remind the audience to please be respectful of other perspectives and not shout out. I want to have a very fair and respectful public comment period. Thank you. Mrs. Khan.
Hi. Well, Terry, I know you. I know Angie. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to speak at a board meeting. It's unfortunate that I'm here speaking tonight. This isn't new in this district. Many, maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, this district helped pay for a gentleman by the name of Calvin Terrell to come in at Mercy High School to speak to our students. It was right around Thanksgiving. He opened his talk by telling those students that they should go home and tell their parents they're not celebrating Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving is about genocide. That's how he opened his talk. It went downhill from there. On Martin Luther King Day many years ago, not many, but within the last 7 or 8 years, at the library, Farmington Public Schools sponsored Martin Luther King Day. I attended. I listened to Dawood Walid disparage our military. These are the kinds of things that have gone on in this district. I've begged you for years to focus on education and you have failed to do that. When my kids were, I have 3 children that went through this district. When my kids were here, it was one of the best districts in the state. It was certainly a top district in the county. That's not true anymore. I was on the internet today, and I found that according to Niche, we are 63rd in the state now. Our surrounding districts.
30 seconds.
63rd today, 22, for 2022. You can go check it out. I saw it today. I was astounded. We have to focus on basic education right now. That's what we're here for. That's what you are here for. That's what these teachers are here for. It's the education of our students, and we're losing it, guys. We're losing it. I've been begging for years.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Carolyn Love, Wendy Robbins, and Holly Spalding. Is Carolyn Love here? Or Carolyn Lave? Lowe. I apologize for butchering any names. Wendy Robbins is next, and followed by Holly Spalding.
Thank you for having this session. Everything that I was going to say has already been said in support of what you're doing. I taught in Birmingham for a long, long time. I'm retired for 13 years now, and I have to say that your program rivals theirs, and they had a very advanced program for diversity and inclusion and equity, and you have done a superb job, absolutely superb.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy Robbins, Holly Spalding, and then Jody Job.
Hi, I'm Wendy Robbins. I come not from this district. I come from a community, school community that provides excellent education and very little diversity. And I came here today to learn about what you're doing and to support what you're doing. And just listening to all of this, I'm very impressed, and I hope to bring some of this, if not more, back to my own district, encourage them to do what you're doing.
After Jody Job, we have Tamara Farah.
Hi, my name is Jody Job. I have a senior at Oxford High School, and I'm the chair of the Oakland County Democratic Party. But I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm here to applaud the Farmington School Board decision to encourage participation in the 21-day Equity Challenge, and for being the first community in our county to provide this opportunity for adults to broaden perspective, engage in dialogue, and study racial equity and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion should not be political concepts, but American ones. While rhetoric can be divisive, we should stand united around the need for civil discourse. There is no more appropriate place to promote learning than in our schools. Through education, we can begin healing as a country. We should also agree that kindness, empathy, and acceptance are not unique to any race, religion, nationality, gender, or political party. They are human traits we all aspire to. We're with you, Farmington Schools, as you bravely engage in the difficult work of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Congratulations on this impressive meeting and on an exceptional school district. Thank you.
Thank you. I did call Holly Spalding. Oh, thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Spalding. My kids were in the Huron Valley School District. I have pulled my kids. They are now happy, healthy, wonderful middle school and high schoolers that are being homeschooled. And I want to thank the board and all the boards for making our homeschool community explode. It is amazing. We have so many kids because of all the things you guys are doing. Thank you. So, yes, we have a lot of homeschoolers. So does your inclusivity include pedophiles? How about Satanists? At what point do we say we're not going to include the teaching of satanic symbols in our schools? We're not going to teach that grooming is a good thing. Do you guys all agree? I know that you guys aren't going to talk back with me, but we want every student to be treated equally. Ms. Weems falsely called us anti-equality protesters at the beginning of this meeting. We are not anti-equality, but against the division, anxiety, and harm of our children by forcing them to think about race differences 24/7. Love comes easy. We are all born to love. We only hate because we are taught to hate. Stop teaching our kids to hate.
30 seconds.
I want everybody to look at this group. It's called NAMBLA, N-A-M-B-L-A. They are partnering with BLM and LGBTQ communities. They want the age of consent to be abolished.
Thank you for your comment.
Look for it.
Next, we have Tamara Farah, and then we have Freddie Birak and Mark McCauley. Tamara Farah. Freddie Birak and Mark McCauley. Following those, we have Jennifer Krager. Do we have a Tamara? Visitor National Education Leader? Okay. Do we have Freddie? Yep. Next, after that, we have Mark McCauley and then Jennifer Krager.
All right, I've been a member of this community since 1996. I have 4 kids who went through the school and high school here. They're all out in the world, always the school district. We had some hard times, but this today, I was really, really impressed with the board, with the committee you have formed, with the challenge you have put out there, which is for adults. When I heard it first, I researched it. All the companies around this area have all supported it, are using it for the training of their employees. Our kids are going out into a very diverse world, and it's good for the adults in this community to understand what's going on and to understand our own problems sometimes on our own underlying perceptions which might be wrong, or even ideas that we are in a daily basis don't even realize. Over the weekend I listened to a thing from Desmond Tutu, who just died, and he said something very interesting, and it took me, that he said he went to a plane, and 2 black pilots were flying the plane, and he was surprised and very happy about it. And then there were turbulences coming up, and in the back of his mind he goes, oh my God, why don't we have a white pilot on the plane? Is the plane going to crash? And then he stopped and realized, oh my God, so deep are
Thank you for your time.
our things in ourselves that we need to get over those. Sorry.
Thank you for your time. Mark McCauley, Jennifer Krager, and then we have Maria Taylor.
Good evening, board. My name is Mark McCauley. I am a resident of Farmington Hills. I have 2 girls that go to Farmington STEAM Academy. I am speaking to you tonight to express dissent concern for this, what I feel to be a cancerous ideology. Maybe cancerous is too harsh. I think divisive is more to the point. And I don't have time here to go into the details of all the different aspects that are very divisive. I want to point out one very simple thing. In my experience, so I joined the United States Marine Corps out of high school. I was in the infantry. And I want to say that the group of guys that I served with, all walks of life, all colors and creeds and religions. We had the tall and the short, the fat and the thin. We were all in the same club. We all served the same flag, and we were united in the defense of our Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. We were united in service to our country. And I don't know if there was any Marines in the room. Hoorah! There are no white or black or brown Marines. There are green. It's one color. There are green Marines. And so we were all united in this one ideal, this great ideal that we serve our country with honor. So I just want to look to that as an ideal that unity should be the goal. If we're going to be talking about different relations, unity should be the goal. And by focusing on division, divisive ideology, it does a big disservice to our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Jennifer Prager. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Krager. I'm an employee in the district, and I have 2 children who are here in the district. I'm asking you again, I've been here many times, to remove the recommendation of the mandate. I would like the mandate to be removed from our children about mask wearing. It is unconstitutional. The stay that has been set for federal is not allowed to be created for our actual state. If it's not done by federal, it cannot be created as a state. And what you're doing to our children is unconstitutional. Our children can't breathe. We need to move on. It has been 2 years that we have been masking our children and not giving them a chance to be free. What I'm asking of you is to allow us to go to the freedom to choose. To allow, if you would choose to wear a mask, you can, but if you choose not to, you can. We're living in a world where our freedoms are being stripped from us minute by minute. The more that we comply with allowing masking to continue to form and to pressure our kids from seeing smiles and from seeing faces, the more you're going to be taking away from us later on. In Colossians 2:8, see to it that no one takes captive thought through hollow and deceptive philosophy, which depends on human tradition and basic principles in this world rather than on Christ. You're dealing with mass psychosis right now, look it up. Right now, we are not to be afraid. In the Bible, if any of you are believers, it mentions 365 times to not be afraid. We are teaching our children to fear one another. Do not be afraid of this virus anymore. There are therapies, there are vaccines. Let our children live. Please take the mask off. I ask for the recommendation to be put back. The MDHHS directive is actually saying it is recommended for face masks, not mandatory. Take away the mandates, please.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Taylor, Amanda Thielen, and Kelly Goldberg. After that, we have Matt Green. Maria Taylor, Amanda Thielen, Kelly Goldberg, and Matt Green.
All right, my name is Maria Taylor, and I'm a Farmington resident. I'm here tonight to read an open letter from the Farmington and Farmington Hills community about equity in schools, the values we share, and the kind of discourse we want to see in our public forums, such as this meeting tonight. This letter was posted Sunday night by a group called the Social Justice League of Farmington and Farmington Hills. In less than 48 hours, it has been signed by more than 600 people. If you look out in the audience, there are probably more than 100 people holding purple hearts out there. Can you all give them a wave? Now think of 6 times that number who, through committing their names to this shared document, are here tonight with us in spirit.
Please address the board.
Madam Chair, here's a message that residents of Farmington and Farmington Hills through this open letter would like to send. Ask a Farmington and Farmington Hills resident why they moved here, and they will likely tell you it's because they love the small town feeling of our caring, diverse, and neighborly community. Events of the last several years have challenged many school districts, and FPS is no exception. As a community, we have spent countless hours listening and debating at meetings. Our public officials have made tough calls. Through these honest exchanges, many neighbors and our students and staff have shared how they were impacted by the pandemic. They've shared their individual experiences on how those were shaped by their race, their religion, and their sexual orientation. Our school board has fostered and encouraged these conversations and has taken measures to make the entire school community safer, more equitable, and more inclusive for all students and staff. Yet recently, these efforts have been met by the wrath of a small minority of residents. They're trying to make an example of FPS, to intimidate our school leaders and send a message to all of Oakland County that if you stand up for things like tolerance, inclusion, and kindness in public education, there's a target on your back. That's not okay. These trustees are our neighbors, and these values are things we ourselves hold dear. And as the neighbors and community members, we seek to continue respectful discourse with our elected officials. We ask that our elected officials be permitted to carry out their sworn duties without threats and intimidation, and without the interference of outsiders with larger agendas to divide us neighbor against neighbor. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Thielen. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills, and I also have 2 children in the district. I will be reading comments submitted online by residents who signed the petition that Maria just read that was circulated by the Farmington Hills Social Justice League. Daniel Marvin, I'm signing because our kids are in Farmington Public Schools. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are hugely important to us. Benjamin Greer, I used to attend school in FPS. I want future generations to have the benefit of a diverse school system. Margaret Whitehead, I moved to Farmington Hills because of the diversity. It enrages me that a small vocal minority of people would try to make my town a place that does not respect and honor all its residents. Janet Muir, I support our school board members as they continue to promote diversity and equity. Joanne Davidson, living in a diverse community with respect for everyone is key to our survival as a country. Donna Dotson, I'm signing because diversity, equity, and inclusion benefits everyone. Andrea Marvin, I'm signing because I am a parent of 2 FPS students and a resident of Farmington Hills, and I support our school board's efforts related to diversity and equity. Crystal Barrow, I have 2 students in 8th grade and want them to know that the district supports them and that their experience as African Americans is as important and worthy as any other student's experience. Amy Fowler, as residents and parents of both a former and current student, we fully support diversity and equity in the Farmington Public School system. Joanne Pearson, I support diversity, equity, and inclusion. I support our educators and administrators and encourage keeping politics and strong-arm tactics out of Oakland County schools. Erica Harper, DEI is essential to understanding our world and our neighbors. Proud to support and happy to live in a diverse community. Jean Struckmeyer believes in diversity, equity, and the right of all of children not to be bullied. Jay Rawlings Otto says this is a targeted assault on public education and has to stop. I also have comments from James Dwyer, Sarah Vincent, Kathleen Sawicki, Janet Nordmore, Tiffany Lee, Aaron Leitz, Rebecca Wolf, and Kelly Goldberg. Kelly's comment, I support my school board and their right to be free of threats as they fulfill their sworn duties.
Thank you for your time. We have Kelly Goldberg, followed by Matt Green, followed by Bonnie Green.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Goldberg. I'm a 20-year resident of Farmington Hills, and I've had 3 children graduate from North Farmington and spend their entire education in Farmington Public Schools. I'm continuing the reading of the comments that were submitted with the petition that was circulated by the Farmington Hills Social Justice League. Kay Shrubba, I'm signing because it is right, since Brown v. Board, to have integration in our schools. Why go backwards when we've grown? Equity is more than equality. It supports us for all to have the same opportunities. 504 plans give us these as well, a free and appropriate education. Christine Moore, as a teacher and parent, this is disturbing. Equity is a human right. Charlie Starkman, as a member of the Farmington Hills community, I'm proud to live in a diverse, inclusive, and open city. The Farmington Public Schools is doing exactly what any reputable school district should do, and that should be applauded. Michelle Lair. We came to Farmington Hills shortly after starting our family because of the culture in the city and the school system. We love the diversity and celebrate it. Everyone deserves to be treated fairly and kindly and to have their voice not only heard but to matter. Sunday Coffin Taylor, I believe in equity, diversity, and inclusion, or in other words, empathy and dignity. Amanda Thielen, I'm a Farmington Hills resident and FPS parent. I believe in equity in education, supporting all students and community members, and making all feel welcome. The opposite our school board faces is not reflective of the vast majority of the Farmington Hills community. Heidi Bennett, educators deserve respect.
30 seconds.
Cheryl Willett, I'm signing this petition because I believe in the steps Farmington Public Schools is taking to increase equity, appreciation, and understanding of the benefits of a diverse school district. I trust the leadership and ability of our superintendent, administration, and the fine Board of Education. Cheryl Shaw, Farmington Hills resident and parent of 2 FPS alumni. Richard Lose, I'm an FPS alumni and have 2 daughters attending FPS schools. I defend equity and diversity.
Thank you for your comment. We have Matt Green, Bonnie Green, and then Reverend Dr. Patricia Coleman Burns.
Hi, my name's Matt Green. My wife and I live in Farmington Hills, and our 3 children attend Warner Middle School and North Farmington High School. We moved here and enrolled our children in Farmington Public Schools a year and a half ago. And we chose this community and this school district in large part because of its diversity. I wanted to be here tonight to express my support for the school board and its efforts around diversity, equity, and inclusion. There will always be groups of dissenters, but just because they can come up with rhyming slogans or make themselves loud doesn't mean they represent the majority of our community. Please continue to empower the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Continue to lead our students in examining issues around DEI. Our community is better for it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Green. I have 3 children in the district. I have 2 at North and 1 at Warner. I like to say after everything that's gone on tonight, I am personally offering to buy all of you beers or a stiff drink, whatever you need after this. I appreciate this forum. I wanted to say that I am so proud to be a part of the school district. Like my husband said, we moved here a year and a half ago from Wisconsin, and we sought out Farmington Hills for that particular reason, for diversity and for inclusion. I'd like to thank all the staff members, all of the teachers who have poured into my students, my kids the last year and a half, and into all their students. My children, being in the school district, are becoming more compassionate. They are becoming kinder people. And I believe because of the education they have here and what they are learning, they're going to be future leaders one day that have a great perspective on the world. And I have you guys to thank for that. Thank you so much.
After Reverend Dr. Patricia Coleman Burns, we have Sam Harris, and then David Sherpy.
Well, I've given my remarks to each of you up there on the podium and given 2 minutes instead of the time that I'm going to make it very short. I'm so proud of you all. I'm so proud of this community. Oh, I'm the Reverend Dr. Patricia Coleman Burns, the pastor of First African Methodist Episcopal Church in Farmington Hills. I come and I serve on the selection committees as a community member, on the selection of our superintendent and of our DEI superintendent, assistant superintendent. So please read my remarks and put them and publish them. But I want the community that came in support to show you that we are behind you, we respect you, we trust what you're doing. I wish they would quietly stand in support of you. You have been listening. This has been an awesome session. I thank the police officers and the community that we are representing here in Farmington Hills. We are with you. If you need us, call on us. We will do what we need to do, that our district will move forward, that in the words of John H. Burns, who founded our church, that we will be a model community, that we will be the best that we can be, that we are God-given children who are the best of everything that we can be in this community. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing what you're doing, and keep going, and we're with you.
Next, we have Sam Harris, David Sherpy, followed by Jordan Scrimger. Is there a Sam Harris? Oh.
Good evening. So, this is my first school board meeting ever. I came here, I'm listening like Dr. Delgado, trying to get some perspectives. Lady President, I've heard a lot of your speech. There's been a lot of speeches and presentations about this diversity. I'm a patriot. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm the son of immigrants. I'm a first-generation American. I'm part of this community. I'm a part of the Detroit community. Grew up in Detroit. My father had businesses in Farmington and Novi and South Lyon. I've worked all over the community. I've lived in several places, Detroit, Novi, Waterford. And it's sort of disheartening. I walk in a lot of circles, have a lot of friends, business associates, different walks of life. And to come here and to listen to this whole program, it's really a farce. You got to get out, talk to people, work with people, give people opportunity. Any kind of program you make here and try to institute and force on people, it's not diversity training, it's programming, it's brainwashing. I think we're in America, the land of opportunity. This is the land of opportunity. You have to go out and get it. You can't create programs. You have to work hard. It's about individuals. There has to be a good community to support the individual, but you have to make it on your own merit, or we're going to fall apart as a country. It's what happens to the Pilgrims. They had a socialist system, real history. Half of them died the first year. They instituted capitalism, and they thrived. Then our country thrived. We have to look at our beginning, the American beginning and story, and it's a good story. A lot of veterans, Marines, one color, green. And I'm not a veteran, but that was a great story of a Marine. And we need to pull together as a country.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Next, we have David Sherpy. Sir David Sherpy here. Jordan Scrimger, followed by Janet Muir.
My name is David Sharp. I'm a 46-year resident of Farmington Hills and a taxpayer. As I look around, I might be one of the oldest people here. And I was born in 1937, and my wife and I both taught school in the Detroit Public Schools for 34 years. And I can tell you, and I'm addressing this not only to you, the board, but to young people who are here in either of these groups. The world was different when I started teaching in 1958. The world has changed a lot, and if you're a young person, you may feel that the effects of racism have not affected people now, but that's not true. And I would ask you to take a good look at our society and our history. I've just finished watching the Roosevelt on PBS. And if you have watched that program, you know that starting in the 30s, Roosevelt started building our country in the direction of equity. When I started teaching, there wasn't a lot of school equity. But as a practicing Catholic, there is human equity. And I would ask all of the people here to think about the equity of kindness, caring, understanding, helping others, and try to understand this beautiful board that we have here in front of us. I was just so impressed with what you said. And if I were going to carry a sign here today, my sign would say, support your local school board.
30 seconds. We have Jordan Scrimger, Janet Muir, and Tiffany Teely.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jordan Scrimger, and I'm a proud 2015 Harrison alumni and resident of Farmington Hills. Being committed to excellence and innovation of Farmington Public Schools means that first and foremost, we must be committed to students' well-being. It is the starting place from which learning happens. Students have to feel safe, valued, and like they matter. especially our Black and brown students that haven't historically experienced those professed values lived out. That's why I'm here tonight, to affirm that equity and racial justice are a requirement to fulfill that commitment to students. At all levels, it is recognized that equity is the mandate of all of our education system. That's why the federal government requires schools to use their elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds for planning and implementing activities that will address the needs of student groups that are underserved. I wish my comment were about those funds tonight. It's why the Michigan legislature, that's both parties, before the start of the pandemic, passed legislation to bring zero tolerance to an end in Michigan schools because of its disproportionate negative impact on Black students and families. Towards that end, locally, the 21-Day Equity Challenge is a conversation starter. It is a container for dialogue and learning. Hundreds of organizations, businesses, and other groups around the nation use this model. Seriously, just Google it. I hope that in light of tonight's comments, the board will consider putting the materials back on the website, and I am pleased to hear tonight about all of the strategic planning happening to center metrics around equity and inclusion. We can only solve issues that we recognize. When is the last time you pushed something under the rug and that worked as a way to solve the problem? Attempting to shut down conversations about race and racism is not the way to end political divisiveness. It only guarantees continued tension and harm to all students. Thank you for your leadership.
Janet Muir, Tiffany Teely, and then Julie Volk.
Hi, I'm Janet Muir, a resident of Farmington Hills since 1992. We have 4 children who, they aren't children anymore, 4 adults who have graduated from North Farmington High School. And I think that the diversity and the inclusion that they got through Farmington Public Schools has made them good human beings in their adult life. I want to thank the school district for continuing to do this job. I've not been to a board meeting in many years, and it is so impressive to see the work that's being done in Farmington. Thank you.
Tiffany Teely, Julie Volk, Lori Boyce.
Good evening, Superintendent, esteemed board, Board Member Smith, Board Member Rich, and to everybody here in the Farmington District. My name is Tiffany Tilley. I'm a member of the State Board of Education. Someone mentioned earlier that we are probably still meeting. I can attest we still are. Listening to public comment, it's probably going to be about 16 hours. But I wanted to come here. There is an issue that we've been dealing with, and from my understanding that you have been dealing with here in Farmington Hills, and I am also next door to you in West Bloomfield, so right next door. But CRT, critical race theory. Let me say, from the state board perspective, we set the policy and the standards for curriculum throughout the state. We're over 850, we have over 850 school districts that we do that for. Yours is one of them. CRT is not a part of that curriculum. CRT is taught on the collegiate level. Critical race theory is a theory, it's not history, but it analyzes how systemic racism is in the legal system. We have changed social studies standards, as you are well aware of. So we wanted to make sure that in the social study standards that we do address race. Is it over already?
Nope, you've got 30 seconds.
Okay. We wanted to make sure that as you are addressing here diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I want to thank you all for taking the lead on that. This is so important. I know that this is a sensitive subject for so many people, but it is so needed. Thank you.
Julie Volk, Lori Boyce, Katie McFarland. Katie McFarland.
Thank you for having me. I am a Farmington Hills resident. I have 3 children, aged 12, 10, and 7. My kids went to Wood Creek and Farmington STEAM Academy. We had an excellent experience at Wood Creek. However, I no longer support what this district is doing. I pulled my kids out of FPS in August of 2020, and I am homeschooling now. I am here as a taxpayer and on behalf of other parents in the district who feel the same way that I do. I'm also a registered nurse and I work in the front lines. The state of Michigan was given $1.2 billion through the passage of the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. This was in addition to nearly $400 million received in April of 2020. Unfortunately for our kids, there are strings attached to receiving these funds. Each school district that signs contracts with the state of Michigan must follow the COVID-19 protocols of masking, testing, social distancing, isolation, and possibly vaccinations. This is the reason school boards like yourselves are completely unmoved by our pleas and demands to unmask our children. Stop receiving money at the expense of our children. Remember that you are publicly elected officials and you will be held accountable for your unethical decisions. In regards to the 21-day challenge, which I understand was optional, but nevertheless, the ideology is what was concerning to us. At the start of the email sent to FPS families on October 26, 2021, it stated that scientist Dr. Maxwell Maltz says that the 21 days is the amount of time needed to create a habit. What exactly is the habit that you are trying to create? How do you suggest children celebrate their differences and come together if you're separating them by race and class as outlined in the privilege checklist that was in that 21-day challenge? Also, there was a title on day 21, Call for Action. There was a bullet point encouraging students to join BLM protest.
Next, we have Lori Boyce.
Hello.
Katie McFarland. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'm Lori Boyce. I grew up in an all-white racist community. I also experienced personally sex discrimination when I started my career from my clients. I chose specifically to move to Farmington Hills 24 years ago because of its diversity. The purpose of public education includes preparing students for the real world, and the real world is diverse. Our students need to understand others that are not like them to help them be successful in both their career and social life. The Farmington Public Schools diversity and intolerance of bullying have had a very positive impact on my daughter and her ability to work and socialize with people of all walks of life. She doesn't see color. She understands economic differences and disparities. She understands religious differences. That's all because of the schooling she got here in Farmington Public Schools, where it offered her the opportunity to learn and understand other perspectives. The 21-day challenge is intended not to teach hate, but to teach understanding. What I've heard from those opposed to DEI education is that they would prefer we don't help create a path for understanding and let discrimination, bullying, racism thrive. I don't agree with that. I strongly support what you're doing. I commend you for that, and I think it's wonderful. Remember that our country was founded due to a lack of religious tolerance in England. Understanding each other's differences, whether they be religious, race, economic, sex, etc., makes for a much happier and successful community. Thank you.
Katie McFarland, Eugene Greenstein, and then Eden Joyrick.
Good evening. My name is Katie McFarland. I'm a parent in the Troy School District as well as the Oakland County Moms for Liberty Chapter Chair. On Monday, January 17th, we will all celebrate the great Martin Luther King, in whose famous speech he quoted, "I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Sadly, it is evident that the Farmington Public School District is trampling on the great legacy he left behind, attempting to bring segregation back through the 21-day equity challenge, including a checklist to affirm white privilege. That doesn't sound very inclusive to me. And last I checked, we are all human beings, created in God's image. The district also warned against calling the United States the land of opportunity because it is a microaggression. This is a slap in the face to our soldiers, who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms, as well as to anyone who legally immigrated to this great country who fled the dangers of communism. Cultural Marxism, including critical race theory and gender theory, are becoming the new woke religion, replacing God. Did you forget about God? Or were you under the false assumption that these divisive, abusive ideologies are more powerful than God? God will always conquer, and good will always conquer evil in the end. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eugene Greenstein. I'm a 36-year resident of Farmington Hills. By the way, Martin Luther King is one of my heroes. It may not come out in this talk, but we'll see. The purpose of Farmington Public Schools is to educate our children and give them the tools in math, science, civics, English, and history so that they can be successful in the real world. It's not the school's job to turn students into political activists. We need to create a learning culture that gives our children the knowledge upon which to make judgments based on understanding all the facts. Critical thinking can only happen if people understand the alternatives. Many groups had to deal with prejudice: Chinese, Japanese, Irish, Italians, Catholics, and Jews. All those flocked to America in spite of its warts. In Florida and Michigan, there were signs: no blacks, no Jews, no dogs. There was the Green Book, and there was the Black Wall Street. Farmington Hills Holocaust Memorial Museum demonstrates what can happen when prejudice, hatred metastasize. Is the Holocaust Museum curriculum and visits used by Farmington Public Schools? History needs to be taught with all its warts so we can learn from it. If one wants to resolve problems, it's always better to use honey than vinegar. The 20-day challenge offers only vinegar by speaking to the flaws of America while ignoring America's greatness. When asked by the pagan to describe the message of the Bible, Hillel said, "Love thy neighbor as oneself. The rest is commentary." The Bible, though, is full of stories of imperfect people who, if alive today, would probably be canceled. Young people need to strive to be someone and know that someone like them made it. How about emphasizing role models? Dwelling on the negative does not motivate. Blaming others for your failures does not solve your problems. It only makes them worse. Diversity, equity, and inclusion sounds nice, but does it improve academic performance and improve relationships? What is being taught in the classroom is key, not what the words mean. Hopefully it doesn't have the look and feel of the 20-day equity challenge, which focuses on the negatives of people in this country. The golden rule depends on honey, not vinegar.
Next we have Eden Joyrich, Beth Martinez, Rochelle Rubin, followed by Sunday Taylor.
Hi. I want to say that I wholeheartedly believe in the power and importance of equitable education. As a former student of North Farmington High School, I consider myself truly privileged to have had access to an education that allowed me to engage with people whose backgrounds are not the same as my own. Diversity is not synonymous with division, and it is not a dirty word. In fact, it was a primary motivator in my switching from a private middle school to a public high school, and has been crucial in my development towards becoming a positively contributing member of society. I am thankful for having had an inclusive education that reflects the value in aiming to understand others, and hope that the district continues their DEI initiatives. This is only the beginning of a much-needed conversation, and I really appreciate your efforts in striving towards values that reflect our diverse community. Thank you.
Yes, next we have Beth Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Beth Martinez. I am a 24-year resident of Farmington Hills. Both of my kids went through the school district, one of them with Mr. Rich. We chose Farmington Hills for its diversity. We chose Farmington Hills because there were 98 languages spoken here. And we wanted our kids to grow up in a community that was not lily white, that was not Wonder Bread white, that was diverse, where they could learn and become contributing members to society. They both have. I'm very proud of them. I am also an educator at the collegiate level. I am a member of an anti-racist group called Doing Our Own Work. I applaud what is going on in the school district. I am so proud to be part of this community. I am so proud of what you are doing. Please continue. Please don't stop. Keep it going. We have much, much more work to do. I strive to be an ally. I see that you do also. Thank you.
Rochelle Rubin, Sunday Cawthorn Taylor, and Nani Joy-Rich.
My name is Rochelle Rubin, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I am here as a local educator who has realized the importance of becoming more reflective about my practice relative to equity and inclusion. For the past 50 years, I have worked in the field of education as a teacher, an administrator, and now as a consultant. My husband is also an educator and was an elementary principal in Pontiac for 18 years. We have always been active participants in many types of social action, but only recently have we understood the importance also of focusing on social justice, especially for children. In order to learn more about the many marginalized groups in our community and what we could do to support them, we expanded our reading and participation in diverse organizations. We learned that even though we believed that we were treating all our colleagues and students equally and with respect, we were unknowingly committing many types of microaggressions, and more importantly, not being actively anti-racist in our actions. Being racist does not mean that we are actively discriminating against people of color. We didn't. But until recently, we didn't actively seek to learn more about ourselves, the impact of our behaviors, or the privileges that we personally took for granted. Continued learning and reflection is critical for all of us if we are to become truly equitable society that provides liberty and justice for all. All students need to feel safe and understood. This is especially true for those belong to groups that have been traditionally marginalized. The only way that can happen is if we all make an effort to better understand how current systems ignore and support racial practices. The more we learn by participating in courageous programs,
Thank you for your time.
the better we will be.
Sunday Cochran Taylor, Nani Joy-Rich, Zena Kiles.
Hi, I'm Sunday Taylor. I went to junior high, at Warner Junior High. I've now raising children in the district. And I just wanted to, first of all, commend you guys on starting the journey of delving into equity, diversity, and inclusion. The 21-day challenge was a pretty big challenge, and I was one of a handful, literally handful, of community members that were not administration who voluntarily showed up on Friday evenings to discuss the challenge. I appreciate the efforts, and there were very few people there that got a firsthand experience with what the program was actually about. So most of what we're hearing today is hearsay, based on secondhand information from people that weren't even there or involved in the discussions. And I just really wanted to quickly address, what does diversity, equity, and inclusion have to do with education? And what it has to do with education is that children need to feel safe to learn. And if kids are being bullied because of their sexual orientation or their disabilities or the color of their skin or their ability to speak or read English, they're not learning. And so when we can embrace children that are in our care as full human beings with different needs, then we can teach them better. That's really it. And I appreciate you guys listening to this very long, difficult conversation and starting on the journey to equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Nani Joy-Rich, Zena Kiles, and Lisa Rosen.
Hi, I'm Nomi Joy-Rich, and I've lived in Farmington Hills for 20 years. I have 2 recent high school graduates who I'm proud to say are doing fantastic in college now. I'm speaking today as a representative of MUSGEN, the Michigan Unitarian Universalist Social Justice Network. We are a faith-based, nonpartisan organization. Our members span the political spectrum. We are statewide, and we have many members right here in Farmington and Farmington Hills. MUSGEN applauds the FPS School Board for its continuing efforts and commitment to the ideas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We need to embrace and celebrate our diversity and enable our children to feel safe at school. Having a DEI lens is essential if we want our children to grow up prepared to live in a global community and to compete in a global economy. As a strictly nonpartisan organization, we are saddened that there are forces bent on politicizing education, alienating members of the community, and whitewashing history. We must all come together and commit ourselves to diversity, equity, and inclusion. On a personal note, I want to add that when we moved to Michigan, my husband and I bought our home in this community because of the excellent schools. Despite this, when we were ready to start our kids in school, we made this decision to send them to private religious school. After several years, we transferred them to FPS, and we did this because we wanted them to become a part of a more diverse community. Being a part of a rich and vibrant culture that embraced everyone's differences was the best part of their education and what has most prepared them for college. Muschin and my family support the board's DEI efforts and encourage them to continue unhindered. On a different note, I want to urge the board to create an option to make public comments available via Zoom. Many of our members wanted to speak tonight, but did not come out because of the COVID threat. We should not have to choose between our safety and our desire to participate.
Thank you for your comments. Zena Kiles, Lisa Rosen, and Linda Samuelson.
I am Zena Kiles. As a member of this community for well over 20 years, with children attending the Farmington school system, I stand in support of upholding the school's desire to train and educate its staff on the benefits of diversity, equity, and inclusion using the tools like the 21-Day Equity Challenge. Today, in any workplace with over 1,000 employees, there is a concerted effort to bring about more diversity and inclusion. At my place of employment, of which I'm sure anyone can pull out that blue card, healthcare service, all leaders are required to take seminars and participate in open discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion, inclusive of understanding terms like microaggression. If you are leading people, it is a must that you understand how to communicate with staff effectively and with respect. This is the expectation of anyone in leadership. I applaud the school district for doing the same thing for its leaders, our teachers. Our teachers are leading and training the next generation, and I want them to understand, support, and nurture all students in the community equally. Please place those tools back on the site so we can review them and use them. Thank you.
Lisa Rosen, Linda Samuelson, Carolyn Singleton.
My name is Lisa Rosen, and I've actually lived in Farmington Hills for over 50 years. I went to Farmington Public Schools, graduated from Harrison, raised 3 kids here who graduated from North Farmington. I love this community for its caring, civic spirit, and diversity. I never imagined that a school board initiative to share resources around racism, equity, and justice would be controversial. Schools are the very place for learning about all aspects of our society, how to reckon with our past, and how power, privilege, oppression, and equity impact us today. I support learning, discussion, and study of diversity, justice, equity, and inclusion. Thank you, Farmington Hills School Board, for challenging us to grow and learn and be better Americans.
Linda Samuelson. Linda Samuelson. Carolyn Singleton, followed by Stephanie Kreider, and then Tony Backos.
All right, good evening. I am not a member of the Farmington community, but I am a member of the Oakland County community for over 40 years. I graduated from Birmingham Groves back in the 80s, and during my years there, I witnessed numerous racially motivated altercations due to lack of tolerance from both students and staff. I graduated from the University of Michigan School of Education, go blue. And while I was there, I advocated at that time for diversity courses in the educational program because teachers were not adequately being prepared to teach students of various backgrounds, economic statuses, and ethnicities. My husband and I have been residents of the Troy community for 20 years and have raised 2 daughters in the Troy Public Schools. We have been advocating for equity and diversity on their behalf for years. Both my daughters also identify closely with the LGBTQ community, which has inspired me even more to advocate for equity, inclusivity, and understanding. Finally, as a teacher in Detroit Public Schools Community District for 29 years, I voluntarily attended a 2-week course similar to your 21-day challenge a couple summers ago. It was eye-opening, educational, and needed. It taught me much about myself. I laughed, I cried, and I took a long, hard look at myself in the mirror. It truly heightened my awareness on many levels. As an elementary teacher who faces the challenge of building tolerance in kids every day, I applaud you for implementing actions to continue to raise their awareness in your community. These are not just buzzwords on paper. They are difficult concepts that require intentional steps. As a teacher, I can admit it would be easier if I only had to teach the academic curriculum, but that's not the case. I recognize that many lessons children need to learn are beyond a textbook and an SAT exam. They need life skills, which are just as valuable. This is evident in my daily interactions with my kindergarten through 5th graders who are struggling to re-socialize as we return to in-person learning. Teachers have no choice but to teach life skills along with the curriculum, and I thank you for recognizing and supporting that awareness.
Thank you for your comment. Stephanie Kreider, Tony Backos, Sharon Gregory.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Kreider, and I am here because the Bloomfield Hills community and the West Bloomfield community stands in support with you. And I have to tell you this evening, I've changed what I was originally going to say because you came out not only strong, but you came out with a conviction that we rarely see from school boards. And I was reflecting and thinking about that, and I said, I think people really don't realize that when you are an administrator in a school system and when you are a board member, you have a calling. You have a calling from a higher place. And I think that people forget that. Oftentimes, if you've even heard this evening, people have made it appear as if somehow there's an absence of God in your heart. And I'm really sorry that people would say such a thing because I am a Christian, and I have raised my children to have high standards and to be devout to our faith. But one of the things that people fail to mention to you, for whatever reason, there's like this deprivation of truth in their hearts and in their minds. But one of the things that they fail to realize is that the Word of God says that if you claim to love God and you hate your neighbor, you are a liar. And what I heard tonight is people who brought forth mistruths and misinterpretations of who God stands for and who we stand for as Christians. I apologize to you, I apologize to the community, and any listening viewer who would think that that is who we are. And I just want to say to you 2 things. Dr. Delgado, I'm glad to see you doing so well today from your days at Bloomfield, but please reconsider putting the 21-day challenge back on the website for 2 reasons. One, because people have a lack of knowledge and they are only listening to their own truth. And maybe if they get an opportunity to go back and revisit it with some commentary, with some supplemental materials, they'll understand it. And you give their children an opportunity to learn as well because they're deprived of it.
Thank you for your comments. Tony Backos, Sharon Gregory, Christy Mack.
Good evening. My name is Tony Backus. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills, Michigan. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. What I want to talk about is the critical race theory. I've been hearing a whole lot from all the other speeches about inclusion, about fairness, about everybody. But what I see about the critical race theory, number one, the first important thing is it makes us time is taken away from the important classes like math, science, reading, and writing. And what that does is that makes us unable to compete in the Tri-County area, in Michigan, in the United States, and worldwide. That means we will not be getting the good jobs, the better jobs, because our skills in the important areas are not are compromised. We need to be competitive in our state, in our nation, because if we're not, other countries and other cities will take our place. A dream is not lost. It just goes, if you don't take it, it just goes from you to somebody else to get that dream. Number 2,
30 seconds.
critical race theory does not breed warmth, kindness, but diversion. And I say this because there were people that are saying, we don't care what the parents think. They don't have anything to do with what we teach in the school system. Now, I hope the teachers that were here disagree with that, but that's what I'm finding to be true, and it disturbs me.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sharon Gregory, Christy Mack, Alexandra Zilch. Are you Sharon Gregory?
I am.
It is
Good
your
evening.
turn.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a resident of Farmington. In regard to the recent 21-day challenge posted by the Farmington Public Schools, I would remind this board of a recent dissent by Michigan Supreme Court Justices David Viviano and Brian Zahar, who both stated that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a catchphrase that is politically fraught, based on the woke left's race-based ideological agenda, and has no merit in our society other than to promote divisiveness and hatred. The real way to be diverse, inclusive, and equitable is to stop taking account of race and other protected characteristics. It is important to remember that the United States of America is the only country in the world that was founded on the principle of equality for all those who wish to take advantage of the unlimited opportunities it has to offer that can be realized through hard work and determination, not Marxist ideology. The recent memo sent by the Democratic Party Moving Michigan Forward group speaks to action and accountability. It would seem by their very actions that they have failed to take accountability for the fact that the Farmington area was founded by Quakers, who believe that each human has the ability to experience the light within, which is to see God in every person. Some Quaker philanthropic efforts include the abolition of slavery, prison reform, and social justice. We are good people. This 21-day challenge and all the rhetoric that it implies only serves to shame not only those who participated in the exercise, but the students who are required to participate in these and other DEI projects promoted by this school board. Shame on the school board and shame on all those who want to promote this type of woke ideology that goes against everything our great country stands for. God bless the students at the Farmington Public Schools, and God bless the United States of America, the land of opportunity for all.
Alexandra Zilch and Victoria Zilch.
Thank you. Hello, Christy Mack, resident of Farmington. When considering what is needed for individuals and/or a society to succeed, many would agree that 3 key elements are needed: receiving an education or some sort of formal training, working hard, and practicing good citizenship. As taxpayers and citizens of Farmington, we expect our schools to support the families of this community and to partner with us to provide our children with these opportunities. This is how we are to work together to form our children and to contribute to the success of their lives and our future. In reviewing the 21-day equity challenge that was released to the public, I found that this document did nothing to promote education, hard work, or good citizenship, but in fact did the complete opposite. One example, instead of spending 21 days to form a habit that would promote ourselves, others, and therefore our community, participants spent 21 days separating, labeling, ranking, comparing,
30 seconds.
and evaluating themselves and others. This is not education, nor does this promote unity. Even our great nation was dishonored in this challenge when talking about calling it the land of opportunity as being a microaggression. You have been given 13 years of at least 180
Thank
days
you for your comments.
of opportunity
The
to
next
educate our
person is
children.
Alexandra Zilch, and then followed by Victoria Zilch. After that, we have James Demko.
Farmington School Board members, my name is Alexandra Zilch. I am a resident of the city of Farmington. I am here today to address the Farmington 21-Day Equity Challenge. This can be described simply as indoctrination. Karl Marx was a man who made it his life mission to strip individuals of their identity and label them all as victims. Victims because of their race, their skin color, their gender, their religion. The list goes on and on. Marx defined these groups of people as the oppressed and the rest of the people as the oppressors. This 21-day equity challenge is the outworking of Marxism, and it must be stopped. I am aware that this 21-day challenge was made available to the adults in this district, but let me cut through any confusion by asking simply, if this information is being made available to the adults in this district, then if this information is being made available to the adults in this district, then what things are actually being taught to the children inside of the schools? This indoctrination is stripping individuals of both their God-given liberty as well as their voice.
30 seconds.
This must stop. School board members, I ask you today to be held accountable to God in this place. He is the one who is the standard bearer, and his name and his voice are the one that we are accountable to. So I ask you, we are here today inquiring of you to hear what we are saying. And so I ask you to listen.
Thank you for your comments. Victoria Zilch, James Demko, Thomas Hull.
Are we good? My name is Victoria Zilch, and I am a resident of the city of Farmington, and I wanted to address all of you regarding the 21-day equity challenge. So we're going to go a little bit deeper. Karl Marx, the father of communism, famously wrote in the Communist Manifesto, "The history of all hereto existing society is the history of class struggles." Marx believed and wrote about a lifelong struggle between the oppressed and the oppressor, the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, or the poor and the rich. He named it many things. He believed that only one way to see an end to this oppression was for a revolution and an overthrow of the entire existing structure to usher in a new utopia. As noble as this attempt to make a utopia appears to be, it has always, without exception, resulted in tyranny, oppression, and death on a scale that is in many cases impossible for the brain to comprehend. This 21-day equity challenge is a regurgitation of Marx's claim of a lifelong struggle. This time, it is claiming a lifelong struggle between not just the poor and the wealthy, but it talks about race, it talks about gender, it talks about sexuality. This is what is referred to as neo-Marxism, which is an attempt of actual Marxists in academia to take principles of Marx and apply them to any class of people who could be considered disadvantaged. But in knowing the history of places where Marxism has been implemented, it is clear that anyone can be considered a victim for almost any reason. And when a country starts to play the game of who's the victim and who's the oppressor, degradation, violence, and bloodshed will follow. What you have allowed to put in our community through this equity challenge is the furthest thing from neutral, and the last thing it does is empower or cause success. It teaches people that they are oppressed. I am here to tell you that by allowing things like this equity challenge to be distributed in our community, you are responsible for opening the door to Marxism within our community.
The next person we have is James Demko, followed by Thomas Hull.
Good evening, Board. I'm a North Farmington High School graduate and a teacher of social studies in this school for 28 years. I can speak to you of what I have taught. It is diversity and equity and inclusion, because that is the heart of social studies and the core of American history. But I know I have made errors over the years. No one's perfect, nor is the United States. And as I've taught all my students, the challenge of American history is to close the gap between the words of our founders in those documents, all are created equal, and the realities under which we live over the centuries, and we make progress. How do we do that? By critically, analytically examining the forces that shape American history and have formed American identity, and that is critically looking at race and gender and the environment and geography and economics and agriculture and industry and culture, gender and race. And I tell the students that the story of American freedom is not one of just a nice gradual progress over the years of success after success, but on the contrary, it's always been fought every inch of the way. And we have to learn not just the stories of our heroes. In kindergarten, we might start with a coloring book that shows I Have a Dream speech or Sojourner Truth or Abraham Lincoln. But in high school, we look at the heroes and we look at the haters. And that is civil discourse. And thank you for entertaining that tonight. And thank you for supporting the core values of what I do in my classroom and what our students have gotten in my classroom for the last 28 years. Thank you.
Thomas Hull, Ralph DeBant, Mark French.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Hull. I'm been a resident of Farmington Hills since '05. I am currently on the board of the Farmington African American Parent Network, and that with the type of what I've been hearing tonight from both sides, that everybody wants to would want to come to a world in which that we don't have to do all this. We want the same thing. But however, we had to recognize the people who has been disenfranchised, who've been underserved, and give that attention to that, because everybody doesn't come from the same background, and everybody doesn't have the same opportunities that everybody else does, although you may say it's there, but it's not there due to the fact that just underneath everybody's racial or type of ethnicity, type of background, that they never explore those things. So you need to recognize these things and to understand and give help to those so they can accomplish those areas, and not to be say, well, everybody got changed because I made it. Everybody can't make it just like how you just did. Everybody needs some type of help or assistance along the way. And I applaud you for this 21 equity challenge to show that everyone that needs the help, and to get everybody's perspective of that. And if you're not here to help those individuals and then feel that everything's just fine, then you need to just step aside. On that note, that with the different resources in the district is available for everyone, and that everybody should be able to participate or at least contribute to help the ones that actually need it. Thank you.
Ralph DeBant, Mark French, Carl Cressman.
Good evening, Board. My name is Ralph Rebant. I am a resident of Farmington Hills, have been for 35 years. I've served this community and its citizens as a pastor. I've worked with Farmington Families in Action, the Call to Action Coalition. I've been a coach for South Farmington Baseball, and I served on Governor Engler's task force to rewrite the education program for this school district in 1992, whatever it was, on sex, drugs, and AIDS. I have two African-American granddaughters, and I love them very much. I have several questions that I would like to ask. They're not rhetorical questions, but at some point I'd like this board to address these. They're simple and yet profound. When was the 21-day challenge voted on? Number one. Number two, who suggested the 21-day challenge? I've heard Oakland County tonight, and I've heard the State Board of Education, so maybe you can help clarify that for me. And also, I heard tonight, Ms. President, a comment you said you have no plans to discontinue DEI. And I would like to ask the question, who gives you or the board the authority to make that statement? We do. Every person deserves truth, respect, dignity, and love. There's no question about that. Every person must have equal opportunity. But, and again, I don't know how deeply anyone or everyone in this room has dug into critical theory or critical race theory, but when I'm told that I am racist because I have two African-American granddaughters, that doesn't sit well with me.
30 seconds.
When I'm told that 6-month-olds are racist, that doesn't sit well with me. And so I've seen community that kids in nurseries and childcare, I've seen Arabic, white, black, Asian, and Indian play well. Kids aren't racist from birth. They become racist when they hear it, when they see it, and they're taught it. And my concern is that critical race theory teaches it and indoctrinates our children. Farmington Public Schools used to be known for its first-class education. Now it's known nationally for its indoctrination.
We'll now have Mark French. Excuse me one second. Mark French, you will be followed by Carl Cressman, and then Jean Mack. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to the board members and administration and all in attendance. I am a resident of Farmington. A bit more about myself. I'm a husband and a father. I'm completing my 30th year in education, currently serving in central administration, but with an extensive experience as a teacher, assistant principal, diversity trainer, chairperson for district-level diversity committees and strategic planning committees, and an elected school board member. More important than any of those roles, though, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, and am blessed to be part of a vibrant local assembly. I will be his disciple long after I'm through being any of these other things. Clearly at issue tonight is the 21-day equity challenge and specific content of that challenge. An encouragement to join protests for a group that is known to have Marxist roots, which are at cross purposes with the founding principles of our republic, for example. I downloaded, printed, and read all the pages of the challenge and would say this: it seems to be a document at cross purposes with itself. At certain points, it seems to recognize all people as unique individuals. I would add, made in the image of God, and that we need to get to know people as individuals. I agree with this view. If that is true, and I believe it is, it means that each person is a moral agent. At other points, the challenge document seems to advocate for the opposite view, that people are defined by particular characteristics of the group or groups to which they belong, an approach which serves to divide people rather than bring them together to solve problems. This latter focus, perhaps well-intentioned but ill-informed, is based on radical false ideologies. The real problem is that young people are in crisis, a moral and spiritual crisis. In my experience, focus on the real problem, not ideologies that divide people, will ultimately best help the district achieve its goals.
The next person is Carl Cressman. Do we have a Carl Cressman here? Carl Cressman. The next person we have is Jean Mack, followed by Sean Thomas, And then Mark Forshee.
Hi, my name's Gene Mack, and I am a resident and raised my family in Farmington. Hello, school board. What I've read in the 21-day equity challenge deeply concerns me. Participants were told that saying things like, America is the land of opportunity, or I believe the most qualified person should get the job, are microaggressions. Basically shaming people for having pride in our great country and working to achieve their goals. This does not sound like education to me. This is division and radical left politics. Examples of action plans were also given, like joining Black Lives Matter or affiliated protests, donate to bail efforts, supporting people arrested for protesting against injustice. Another was continually challenge the narrative around cops, questioning their morality or use of force. This does not sound like education. This is a deliberate undermining of our rule of law and disrespecting of our police force. I say to you, what does encouraging parents and children to join a Black Lives Matter have to do with education? This does not sound like education, but radical politics based on communism and materialism. Rashad Turner, a black man, was the founding president of a chapter of Black Lives Matter in St. Paul, Minneapolis. He quit the organization after a year and a half, saying that he learned the ugly truth, that they had little concern for rebuilding black families or cared even less for improving quality of education for students. In this country, you're free to have these views for the 21-day challenge and Black Lives Matter, but don't expect to try to put these philosophies on our children and not have parents that want to say something about it. Ultimately, this will be resolved at the ballot box.
Next, we have Sean Thomas, followed by Mark Forshee, followed by David Villar.
Hello. Thank you, board. Thank you, citizens. My name is Sean Thomas. I am a resident of Farmington Hills, Michigan, and I'm a parent. I've been a PTA member, a PTA board member. I have a daughter who just graduated from North Farmington, who's now attending school at the University of Alabama, and she's doing well. She's a freshman, and I have two other children here in the Farmington School District, one at Wood Creek and one here at North. And I applaud you for everything that you're doing and standing up for inclusion. Inclusion and equity means so much to our nation. We live in a great country. I've heard people say that. But to understand what great is to understand that there is a way to have this debate and know that we come from different sides, but to realize that history has to be told truthfully with all the things that happen, not what you want to say happen. I heard people earlier speak of being in the service and how we work together as Marines or soldiers. You can go and fight a war together, but as my grandfather and my great uncle who came home from World War II and was told to get in the back of the bus, or you weren't allowed to go into that hotel because it was racism going on. These things are hard to hear, but it's part of our history. We have to teach that. We have to be inclusive in all that. Equity is giving out shares. We have a very diverse, beautiful community here. That's why I bought my home here for my children. I grew up in Detroit, and I came out of that. It's about choices. It's about working hard, but it's about being truthful. I applaud the board. I thank the board, and keep doing what you're doing, and you have my support. God bless you.
Next, we have Mark Forshee, followed by David Villar, followed by Lakeisha Durham.
I'm a resident and taxpayer here, and the words diversity, equity, and inclusion are great words. They sound good, but when specifically applied to public schools and there's a specific agenda behind them, then we have to beware. I have a quote from Jordan Peterson. He says, postmodernists in our schools have a new trinity of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity is defined not by opinion, but by race, ethnicity, or sexual identity. Equity is no longer a laudable goal of equality and opportunity, but the insistence of equality of outcome, and inclusion is the use of identity-based quotas to attain this misconceived state of equity. All the classic rights of the West are to be considered secondary to these new values. Take, for example, freedom of speech, the very pillar of democracy. The postmodernists refuse to believe that people of goodwill can exchange ideas and reach consensus. Their world is a Hobbesian nightmare of identity groups warring for power. They do not see ideas that run contrary to their ideology as simply incorrect. They see them as integral to the oppressive system they wish to supplant and consider it a moral obligation to stifle and constrain their expression. Second is rejection of the free market, or the very idea that
30
free
seconds.
voluntary trading benefits everyone. They won't acknowledge that capitalism has lifted up hundreds of millions. Finally, are the politics of identity. Postmodernists don't believe in individuals. You're an exemplar of your race, sex, or sexual preference. You're also either victim or oppressor. No wrong can be done by the victims, and no good can be done by the oppressors. All the concepts originated with Karl Marx in the 19th century, the German philosopher.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Next, we have David Villar, we have Lakeisha Durham, and Tia Marie Sandins.
All right, hello board. I've been a resident for about 3 years. I have a child that attends, and I want to get right to it. People like Jordan Peterson can deceptively relate anything to Marxism. You can make anything into a slippery slope. You can relate any irrelevant point and say Marxism. But that's a deception. And people who speak of not even seeing color spread ignorance, because seeing color is not the issue. It's whether or not we act appropriately to understand people's perspective, understanding that they have different backgrounds. When we pretend that racism is over, we do a disservice to our children, and we allow...
Please address the board.
I'm sorry. When we do a disservice to our children, we allow the racist ignorance to perpetuate, and we have seen it happen. There are kids in other districts throughout this country, some of whom who have committed suicide because they have been racially abused. There's an 8-year-old in Utah. There's another child in Alabama. It's happening. But Mr. Delgado and to the rest of the board, how many lives maybe have you saved? And certainly how many children's lives have you changed for the better by maintaining and upholding this initiative? Diversity, equity, and inclusion are needed. Some of us have been misled into thinking that racism is over. It's not.
30 seconds.
And we have to continue. We have to continue to stand up for our children's well-being. It is not Marxism. It is not communism. It is just being real. And as far as the Marines go, there are black Marines who are still trying to get their promotions from decades ago, and they were more than qualified. You should have spoke up for them.
Next, we have Lakeisha. Is Lakeisha present? Lakeisha Durham? Lakeisha Durham. Is there a Tia Marie Sandins? After Tia Marie Sandins, we have Libby Berger. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, board. My name is Tia Marie Sanders. I actually am coming to you from Novi. We've experienced some of the same things you have. I stand with the Parents of African American Students in Novi, Community Equity Organization in Farmington, Oakland County African American Parent Network. I support anyone and any organization that aims to dismantle systemic racism, white supremacy, and replace it with a system of justice for all. Thank you very much for everything that you have done, board, and everything that you will continue to do to acknowledge the need for equity, the need to help all children thrive, and keeping your doors open for the discussion. I thank the board for being brave, transparent, supportive, trailblazing, and forward-thinking. This space is not easy. You have sacrificed much. You all have endured oppressive and disrespectful comments, threats, vile actions by citizens who say they believe in freedom. For that, I am truly saddened, and it's increased my support for all of you as I heard your opening comments today. The great thing about this country is that it continues to evolve and innovate. I wish everyone hated racism and anti-Black racism as much as they love patriotism and liberty. I'm glad that they chose the best option for their family and removed their child. They did just what equity and freedom ensures, the right to exercise their right to choose. They also open a spot and a pathway for new students, the future of who will be part of this diverse community that you help to create. So I thank any parent that decides to choose to take their child out of this district. What tonight has proven to me is just how scared people are when Black people in communities organize and demand the same rights and representation as others in education and all other aspects of daily living. I know why they are scared, and they know because they know what equality means, and they know it is the future and the beginning of the extinction of racism. Please, board members, continue to stay the course. Thank you.
Next, we have Libby Berger, followed by Bill Lubbleway, followed by Louis Bursch. Is there a Libby Berger? Is there a Libby Berger? Is there a Bill Lubbleway? Bill Lubbleway, followed by Louis Bursch. And then followed by Brooklyn Miller. Yes.
Okay. I have a presentation or a talk that's going to fit in with Mr. Delgado's comments about optimists, and it's about time. And what I'd like to talk about is a challenge to this board to come up with the other side in a balanced discussion of DEI. And that is I challenge you to a 21-day 1776 Unites Challenge. And it presents the other side, the opportunities for Blacks based on the experience of other Blacks who've succeeded on their own merits without having me to help them out. It's based on a book, which is Red, White, and Black, prepared by the Woodson Center, Mr. Woodson, and it is subtitled Rescuing American History from Revisionists and Race Hustlers, and I added in 1619. You have copies of the dedication to that book. I handed them out. No nation is perfect, but America, more than any other, is a place where people from every imaginable background have been able to pursue their dreams and realize their potential. Americans have never met a problem we are afraid to tackle or a challenge we can't overcome. This is as true of Black Americans as it is anyone else. During the worst of Jim Crow, they built thriving communities full of families, churches, businesses, and countless civic institutions on the very soil where they once toiled in forced labor and found the seeds of liberation.
Thank you for your comments. Louis Burch. Louis Burch, followed by Brooklyn Miller, followed by Ryan Rioch.
Hey everyone, my name is Louis Birak. Thanks for the effort.
I apologize.
And I am a resident of Farmington Hills and a product of Harrison High School. Rest in peace. Now, we've heard a lot of discussion about what diversity means to different people, and I just wanted to take this moment to say what it means to me, because not only did I go to Harrison High School, I fell in love at Harrison High School. First time it ever happened. I was sitting there, geometry, second period. In walks the most beautiful brown-haired boy I have ever seen in my life. And I was shocked, because that had never happened before. And what should have just been another layer of teenage drama, meaningless ultimately, became a much deeper and harder conversation to have with myself and the ones around me, the people I love, because I didn't know who I could trust with this information. This was 2012. Same-sex marriage had not been legalized. Words like faggot, those were words that were used around the halls as jokes, words that were directed at me, though they knew not what it meant to me. And programs like this one, where our adults can be taught and given extra information and say, hey, your experience matters and we understand where you're coming from, it takes the burden off of my shoulders to justify my existence. And this doesn't only go for me, one lonely bisexual. It goes for just about any other person who has ever experienced any kind of discrimination in this great nation. Because color blindness is blindness to experience. I yield my time.
Next, we have Brooklyn Miller, followed by Ryan Rio, followed by Robert Gaines III.
Hi, I am Brooklyn Miller, and I currently attend North Farmington High School. Ever since I was a little girl, I have constantly experienced racism and colorism within my school community. It was never easy for me to complete work because all I could think about was what other people had to say about me. And it was a very hard experience, and I just want to commend you and say thank you for giving people like me programs and opportunities to speak and say what we have to say, because all I ever wanted was someone that would be able to listen to me and understand what it's like to be a Black woman in America, and understand what it's like to walk into a room and everyone is looking at you like you're nothing, and understand that there's people out there that do not support being a Black woman. There's people out there who are still racist. It is very much alive. It is very much happening. It's not over, and you cannot push it under a rug and act like it's not happening in our world today. You cannot say that it's not happening, because it is. I'm experiencing it. My peers experience it. As a student that attends here, that walks into these doors, that comes into these classrooms every day, there's people like me that is experiencing these problems, and it needs to be talked about. People need to be heard that look like me. Thank you.
Ryan Rio, followed by Robert Gaines III, followed by Michelle Bushy.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan, and I grew up in Flint, Michigan. I went to and graduated from public schools from K through 12. And then I attended Michigan State for my bachelor's degree, and I say that only because I actually had more of a diversity experience in high school than I did in college. I'm a member of the intersectionality groups that are targeted through the diversity engagements, but I'm so much more than that, than those superficial categories that, you know, it's dividing people into. I work downtown Detroit, and I saw Farmington as a great community to move to. Similar to a community I grew up in and loved. I moved here 2 years ago. I live a mile away, and I'm very hopeful for this community. I've enjoyed all the people that I've met since moving here. I have 3 young children. We're engaged in the community. I take them to swim class, different events, take them to the library. I'm very much a part of this community as I've moved here. My comments are targeted tonight for the board. It saddens me to realize I have more reasons not to send my children to Farmington Public Schools than I do have them sending them here. I'm a single income family with my wife and I, but I'll work multiple jobs to pay for an alternative choice. The main driver for that is the mask mandate. There's factual journals, peer-reviewed, that show they do more harm than good, and it's ignored in favor of a media narrative. Another driver is this 21-day activity challenge. It's very one-sided, and I would appreciate if you guys would please take a chance to offer the other side.
Thank you for your comments. Robert Gaines III, Michelle Bushy, and then Mary Carlton.
Good evening, Board. It's not often that I find myself at a loss for words, but everything that I wanted to say has already been said, and I don't want to repeat that. But it is important that I still speak to you and continue to offer you the support and the gratitude for the work that you're doing. I am the picture of diversity in this district. I am an educator in this district. I am a black man. I am born and raised from the city of Saginaw. And I chose to work here in this district because of the diversity, because I hope to bring that very change to a city that I love, that I grew up in. Because when I graduated high school, Saginaw was still one of the top 15 cities in the country of segregation, just 30 miles north of Flint. I didn't finish college, but my passion was to teach and educate children, to share love that God gave me from birth that I didn't quite understand. But oftentimes, I see people and I say things and I wonder where it comes from. Things that don't make sense to me, but it makes sense to them, and they look at me and say that God sent you as an angel today. I don't profess to be an angel. I don't profess to be a hero. I profess to being an educator, and my blackness matters. My blackness matters in this district. My blackness matters in the community. My voice matters, and my love for the children who look and don't look like me matters. And every day I walk into this building, because this is where I work, the children of all backgrounds look at me, high-five me, congratulate me, and just are excited to see me. Not simply because I'm black, but because I'm positive and I look to uplift the students as well. Thank you for your work.
Michelle Bushy, Mary Carlton, Teresa Ronald, Tracy Gaines.
Can I just start? Okay. Hi, I'm here to talk about quarantining. I noticed that just before the first of the year, the CDC changed their guidelines. And then at the end of last week, Farmington sent out a notice changing their guidelines. The CDC's guidelines are 5 days, and Farmington has turned theirs into 10 days. So I think as a district, we've been accommodating to our families. We've gone above and beyond. There's a huge divide between the parents who want in-person learning and those who are no longer comfortable. We've offered in-seat and virtual options depending on the comfort levels of families. This is a huge blessing, knowing that our families had a choice to pick. As far as I know, we haven't had an outbreak, because we haven't been in the news like every other school, this whole time. I found it, the state of Michigan also put out guidelines, and I know this was just yesterday and today's the meeting, and I did hear you talk about it, so if I'm talking about something that is no longer, like if our quarantine policy still isn't 10 days, you can tell me and I'll just stop. I wonder if you've considered that in my family of 5, my daughter could be out of school perfectly healthy due to quarantining for up to 30 days if my family was to contact the virus 5 days apart. All of this is stressful and too much for these kids to handle. They're already behind from the 2021 school year. They attended school for less than 50 days in person last year. Our students missed out on 485 hours of instruction in the 2020-2021 school year. That's 75 days of school. And that is considering a student was never quarantined. They missed out on a quarter of a year of school from the year before. I think the district needs to provide a plan for parents. My 10th grader has received 2 textbooks this entire time in high school, both of which are for math. So if she were to miss school, she has nothing to go with. I wondered if you knew that our students don't have textbooks for any of the rest of their classes, not for Spanish, not for English, not for social studies, and not for chemistry or biology. I hope you consider this when considering your quarantining plans.
Thank you. Mary Carlton, Teresa Ronald, Tracy Gaines, Jess Pasianek.
I'm Mary Carlton, and I chose specifically to move to Farmington Public Schools. I'm a public school teacher, have taught internationally, have taught in other states, have taught in Grosse Pointe, I've taught around. My husband and I adopted 4 children out of foster care in a very short amount of time. And I went to work and did my homework. My children are all African American, and we needed a very inclusive, diverse community. And I literally, like I did when I did my research and my degrees, did the data and crunched the numbers 20 years ago, 16 years ago, and far and above anywhere in Metro Detroit, including Birmingham, Grosse Pointe, where I taught. Not only do we have racial and religious diversity, but the socioeconomic diversity was important to my husband and I, he's from another nation. So we chose to move here for the diversity, and it has been, I had a 2018, we've had a 2019, a 2020, and a 2021 graduate of your schools. And I have to tell you on behalf of a grateful family that Farmington Public is the home. I've taken my children overseas. We went to $25,000 a year to one of the top international schools in South America. We were in Australia. We've been around the world. I moved our children back for the diversity, and you delivered in spades. Was it perfect?
30 seconds.
Was it perfect? No. But I have to say, having just graduated our 4th in a row graduate, my husband and I and our 4 children, one's graduated college, 3 are in college. To you and the generations of board members, we humbly thank you. And, you know, we support this. It's sticky to be human and to keep including. And I appreciate you guys venturing in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Ronald, Tracy Gaines, Jess Pasianek. Do we have Teresa Ronald? Teresa Ronald. Next is Tracy Gaines. After that, we have Jess Pasianek and Stephanie Spears Booth, followed by Naomi Oglesby. I will acknowledge that that is my last card. I will at one point, I will recall the folks that I've called before who have not come to the podium, just to give them one last opportunity. If there is anyone who wants to make public comment at this time, please fill out a card. Tracy Gaines.
First, I want to thank you guys for supporting the diversity, inclusion, and equity. I just want to read something that I saw today that I think pertains to all of this. The purpose of a public education and a public school is not to teach kids what parents want them to be taught. It is to teach them what society needs them to know. The client of the public schools is not the parent, but the entire community and the public. I am a graduate of Farmington Schools. My kids went to Farmington Schools. I work for Farmington Schools. I have seen the racism in this district, and I'm so grateful that you guys are supporting a change. I have 2 biracial children. My mother loves my children. That doesn't mean she's not racist. Thank you.
Jess Pasianek.
Good evening. My name is Jess Pashanik, and I am here representing both the Metro Detroit chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice, SURGE, and Community Equity Organization. I grew up in Farmington Hills, living here from 3 years old to when I went to college. After college, I lived in New York City for 10 years, starting my educational career there as a teacher and then serving as a principal of a middle school in Brooklyn. During my time as principal, my school was named a National Blue Ribbon School by the Department of Education. So a very special thank you to all the educators present tonight for all that you do. 2 years ago, I returned to Michigan and to Farmington Hills to be close to family. I am currently in the process of deciding if I will buy a home and plant my own roots here in Farmington Hills or in a neighboring city. A major part of my decision comes down to the values and aligned actions of elected officials of these cities. Seeing that Farmington Hills is taking consistent action to demonstrate that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a priority throughout the city, including within our school system, will strongly urge me to raise my own family here in Farmington Hills. Conversely, lack of action demonstrating such commitment will strongly urge me to consider another city. I was thrilled to hear about the 21-day equity challenge when it was offered, and was appreciative that such an opportunity was available to Farmington Public Schools community members to learn about and discuss issues of equity. I appreciated the quick and thoughtful response from President Weems on behalf of the board to my email urging the board to put the 21-day equity challenge back on your website. It is unfortunate, yet not surprising, that your optional invitation for folks to participate in such a challenge has received backlash. I'm continuing to urge the board to put the challenge back on your website. Offering the challenge was an excellent step forward, and putting the challenge back on the website communicates to this community that your commitment to DEI is supported by action. I worry that given the timing of the removal of the challenge from the website could be interpreted that the support of this board's DEI initiatives wavers when there is pushback. I do not believe that is the case, and I urge you to put the challenge back up. Thank you.
Stephanie Spears Booth, followed by Naomi Oglesby, followed by Chris Dianchi.
Good evening, board. I'm very happy to be here this evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here and to have our comments. And I'm going to keep mine very short because there have been so many wonderful comments here tonight on your good work. I just want to say that I'm here to support you in all that you do. We support this decision that you've made because it's very fair, and the thing about it is that it's so beneficial for all of the students in the school district and in this community. I stand here, and I think personal testimony sometimes beat written history any day of the week. But I stand here as the granddaughter, not the great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter, but the granddaughter of an enslaved person. And I go back every year to commemorate my grandfather, his father, and his father before him as we decorate their graves and the cemetery every year, commemorating how we've made it this far. And I think that that's a testimony to this great nation that we've been able to struggle to get to this point. So that's another reason that I want to commemorate you. That's just one hat that I wear. I'm here also as a recent cancer survivor. So I appreciate the work that you're doing to keep us safe this evening and to be able to attend this. I'm also
30 seconds.
I'm also the president of the Northern Oakland County branch of the NAACP. We have so many families and members in this community, and they thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Naomi Oglesby, followed by Chris Dianchi.
Good evening, board. My name is Naomi Oglesby. My family has been property members in this community for 44 years and has strong ties here. I am a graduate of Wooddale Elementary, O.E. Dunkel Middle School, and this school, North Farmington High School. I am a Raider. I am a resident of Bloomfield Township. I attended this school 32 years ago. My parents did not pick this district for its diversity because at that time it was not diverse. They picked this district for its academic strength. When I attended North, there were only 12 black students in total here in 9th through 12th grades. The 12 of us, we faced microaggressions and racism every day. It was difficult. With the support of this district, allies, and this community, we fought hard for equity in education back then. Board members, please don't slide back now. Diversity and inclusion matters. Black students matter. Our work was not a farce. Today, all these years later, when my graduating class meets for our class reunions, whether formal or informal, there is always a reoccurring theme. We wish this district was brave and strong enough back then to critically teach us true and inclusive American history, to expose us to the full beauty of our diverse cultures to better prepare us for the real world. Having such an experience would have opened a caring, compassionate, and safe forum to talk about our differences, learn and grow in a supportive environment at a vulnerable time in our lives, which would have fostered unity and citizenship at a much earlier stage in our lives. I wanted to be here tonight to commend you and Dr. Goodrum for being brave and challenging students with the 21-day equity challenge. Continue your leadership.
Thank you for your comments. As Christianke comes, that is my last public comment card. I'm going to call for the final time Teresa Ronald, Libby Berger, Lakeisha Durham, Carl Cressman, Linda Samuelson, and Tamara Farah. Thank you.
Good evening. My wife and I have been Farmington teachers since 2005, and in that time we've sent 8 children to Farmington Public Schools. One of the reasons we chose Farmington is because of the diversity in our family, and it's reflected in our district and in our community. The teachers and staff in Farmington strive to create a welcoming environment for all students. We love our students. We work tirelessly for them. We don't indoctrinate. We try to provide safe learning environments. Currently, teachers who are given so much of themselves are stretched beyond the breaking point. Our primary concern tonight should be supporting learning during this latest COVID surge. Our dashboard had 496 positive cases between the start of winter break and now. Farmington High reported 83 cases alone between Friday and Monday. We should be concerned that our elementary students are not receiving access to their specials classes due to lack of substitutes because of COVID-related absences. Kids aren't going to art, music, or PE because those teachers are filling in for other grade level teachers. We should be discussing if we need to pivot temporarily to remote learning. We have students emailing teachers asking for missing work, reporting they have COVID, but their parents aren't calling in and reporting it. That's what we need to be talking about tonight. Instead, we're spending time on protests based on cherry-picked talking points. And while I appreciate civil discourse, I implore the Board of Education to focus on the crisis at hand, which is supporting staff and students during the surge in cases. As for the controversy, please trust your teachers. We are highly educated, highly skilled professionals, and we are dedicated to helping our students, all of our students. This is why we chose to make this our life's work, and it's why my wife and I chose to send our children here. It's a shame that so many people came here tonight to vilify the district without knowing what's really going on in our schools. But I'm happy to know that my district, my union, and most of the people who came out tonight support diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I'm proud to stand with you.
Thank you. Are there any further public comments? If there are any further public comments, please raise your hand. If there are no further public comments, we will now close the public comment period. I want to thank everyone for their public comments. We appreciate everyone who respectfully shared their perspectives and their points of views. This was actually a very, very good dialogue. We've received an outpouring of support in addition to the comments that we've received today through email and written to promote social emotional learning and cultural competence from our local community leaders, from our business community, from members of the chamber, from faith-based organizations, other school boards, and members within and outside of our community. And so for all of that, I'm actually very proud and humbled to serve this community. I love this community. I love this country. When I hear that this country was based on equality, but I fail to hear the recognition that equality didn't mean black people. It didn't mean women, and it didn't mean the LGBT community. That's a fact. But we've come a long way, and I acknowledge that, and I appreciate that. We still have a long way to go. And for that reason, It is extremely important for us to continue our DEI efforts. Thank you. Now that public comment is over, I can appreciate those of you who have been here for a while. I certainly invite you to stay for the rest of this thrilling meeting. I'm looking at my board members to see if we need a break. We do need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Those of you who want to stay, you're welcome to. Those of you who would like to get home, you're welcome to do that as well. We'll take a 5-minute recess. 49. Yep.
I'm
Here
sorry
she
about the
comes.
heat. I don't know. I think it's automatically shuts off.
That's okay.
I forgot you all did all the board meetings up here, so you're probably used to that. I don't know if the
right.
boilers are automatically set.
Felt like they had
Yep, 49 positive,
All right.
24 negative.
Still in that room.
Oh, I know.
I thought we were going up through there. Is it locked?
Yep.
No, I'm gonna go. My daughter's gonna be out at the front. Yeah, I thought we
But
were
I-
gonna
but
go
I
and
was
get
just
our
saying
stuff.
there's some-
Oh, great.
He's right in the area.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you for allowing us that recess. We are back in session. We have now moved from public comment to action items. The first action item is related to the revised general appropriations resolution. Is there a motion? Mrs. Heinrich?
Yes, this item was presented in detail at the December 14th regular meeting, and I move that the Board of Education approve the revised General Appropriations Resolution 2021-2022 Budget Amendment as presented at the December 14th, 2021 regular meeting and waive the reading of the resolution.
Support.
Motion made by Mrs. Heinrich, supported by Mr. Rich, to approve the revised general appropriations resolution for the 2021-22 budget amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. I think we should do a roll call here. Mrs. Smith?
Dr. Blau?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Yes. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Heinrich?
Yes.
Mr. Rich?
Yes.
I myself, yes. Ms. Wing?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. After that motion passes, we move to the consent agenda. Mr. Rich?
Thank you. I move that the Board of Education approve the January 11th, 2022 consent agenda as follows. A, approval of minutes. That's the December 14th, 2021 special and regular meeting. And B, approval to nominate Angie Smith as a Region 8 candidate for a 3-year term on the MASB Board of Directors.
Support.
Motion made by Mr. Rich, supported by Mr. Walker, to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Moving on to reports from board representatives. Any reports from board representatives?
Right here.
Mr. Walker?
I have a report from Family African American Parent Network. Just a note that they're ready to begin their Super Saturday tutoring. It'll be starting this Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m. They have 76 students already lined up to be tutored. So, and I wish there were more people to hear this, but hopefully we'll get this word out. They are in desperate need of tutors, especially they're looking for high school kids who might be willing to tutor because they'll also get community service hours for that work. So again, tutoring this Saturday from 9 to 11, 76 students need tutors tremendously. It will be at the Maxfield Education Center. And then also on January 20th, they will be having their open house at the same location at 6:30 p.m. So if we can get that communique out, that would be helpful. And if anybody is interested in tutoring, they can contact FAPN at FAAP as in Paul, N as in Nancy, the number 1 at gmail.com.
Mr. Walker, what was that date and time again for the open house?
The open house is going to be January 20th at 6:30, which I believe is a Thursday?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, January 20th, 6:30 p.m., Maxfield Education Center.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Seeing none, we will move to agenda item 13, recommendations for future agenda items. Seeing none, we will move to good and welfare. Any good and welfare? Mr. Rich.
I
And
do
then
want to
Mrs.
keep
Heinrich.
this more brief because we've had a very long meeting. One thing I want to do is first say thank you to everyone who's come out today. It means a lot because we as a board we get a lot of emails. We know that not everything that we do is most popular by everyone, and it's not in our job description to essentially say this is what will make us the most popular person. Tonight, though, we saw a great positive reinforcement for our work for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I am so thankful to everyone who came out to show their support for that. I know, as Ms. Weems and Dr. Delgado have said, this is just the first part of what we are doing. This is not we are not stopping our diversity, equity, and inclusion work after tonight. We have a lot of steps to continue with. We have a lot of things to do in our district to make it better. It's after meetings like this that, you know, I sometimes laugh about how January is Board Recognition Month. And 3 years ago, I had our first Board Recognition Month meeting. I'm like, I've been on the school board for 5 days. What exactly am I being recognized for? And you remember it's meetings like this that we are here as volunteers and public servants. And so I want to thank all of my fellow board members for meetings like this, the ones that are harder, the meetings that we go through where there's nothing that we have large numbers of public comment about. No meeting is the exact same. And we see the amount of work, though, that each of our board members go through, the amount of emails that we get, the emotional toll it can take on board members. And so just with this being Board Recognition Month, I want to thank and recognize all of my fellow board members. You know, I'm now 3 years through, that's halfway through the full term of a school board member, which is kind of hard to think about, especially because when I'm done with my 6-year term, that means that 1/5 of my life will have been spent on school board. And I feel like 1/5 of my life was also spent in some of individual meetings. But with all that being said, thank you again to all of my fellow board members. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. To our super fans who are still here after our recess, thank you so much, whether you are here of your own choice or it is part of your job. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the rest of this board, and it means a lot to our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Heinrich and then Mrs. Smith.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. At the Oakland County School Board Association meeting in December, they showed the video on the STEM semi-truck trailer. And Naisha Boyd, our CTE and K-12 Career Readiness and Innovation Coordinator, coordinated and has it parked outside of Warner, and the board members were invited to tour it, and there's 2 more times. It is awesome. The video was like, wow, and then we walked into it, and it was like amazing. It's just so hands-on, and there are so many layers, and Mr. Walker was there, and he this is his wheelhouse, and I was just doing virtual reality and these things, and I didn't know anything that I was doing, and I'm looking at my grandkids, and I'm like, my grandkids have all this, you know, and I don't, kind of thing, but just the opportunities for kids and just the layers, and you're going to talk about it more because you're more knowledgeable about it, but it's just super, super awesome. And maybe we can put the video on the website, just so that our whole community can see what the resources that they have.
Mrs. Smith.
To echo my colleagues, 6 years ago, I was sworn in right here in this building. I can't believe that 6 years has come this fast. I also want to thank, we have to give a lot of recognition to our board president, Terry Weems. Terry has not only taken these horrific emails, but countless calls. You know, this woman has a family, and answering phone calls and dealing with other things is even her job. And so we want to thank our board president for all the work and keeping us cohesive. But I also want to thank each and every one of my colleagues. We're united. Do we have some issues sometimes? Yeah, that's what people do. We're family. We are a family, and it was shown tonight. But I want to thank former school board member that touched me dear to my heart when I looked up in the audience, Mr. Tim Devine, who has stuck by us through everything. And Kathy, thank you for your first meeting. I hope we didn't run you off. But thank you to Dr. Polly Bosch-Rouge, our PTA people, our FAFN folks, and last but never least, you know, our beloved community, our Social Justice League, and to the great cabinet back there in the back that has been here all night. Thank you, and thank you for the support, and to see everyone stand in unison and united with those Purple Hearts touched me to no end. But lastly, thank you to Detective Kevin Clark over there that has been here through this whole thing. He has been quiet, humble, but he has had our back. Thank you to the Farmington Hills Police Department, and to Chief King, and to our city council members that came out tonight that was in support, Maria Taylor, Michael Bridges, Mary Ellen Newland, and even to John Randall. We had a lot of people here in our support. And to our school board members from other areas and our state, well, not superintendents, our school boards, and for Tiffany Tilley to just drop her meeting to come in. But we need to now support our other boards when this happens. So like they came out for us, when this happens to them, let's ride. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you, and have a good evening. Happy New Year, and don't forget about MLK Day.
Just wanted to take a moment to echo what my colleague, Mr. Heinrich, said about the SMT truck. It was simply fabulous. It was the Marvel Cinematic Universe come to life, literally. The 3D elements in there, the visual artistry that is now made into technology, the ability to cross-curriculum learn for the students, and the plan of taking this from 6th grade and running those connections all the way through the 12th grade makes, between our IB CTE program and our CTE program, this makes Farmington a destination spot. And this is what we want to do. This is the stuff we want to lift up. I mean, when I saw this truck, who wouldn't want their student coming to this district to experience something like that? And the fact that it's over the next 5 years, going to travel from one middle school to the next, if I remember what they said correctly, just there will be an opportunity for all of the students to be able to experience that and then begin this career pathway journey. It just continues to lift up the fact that there are so many different ways to success, and we are continually honoring that more and more and more as we develop. Thank you, Dr. Delgado, and to the CTE department for their leadership, Ms. Boyd specifically as well. And then just very briefly, to everyone that was here tonight. I've always said that I don't have to like everything, but I do have to respect what comes in my direction. And what I saw tonight overall was a lot of respect. We didn't have to like everything that we heard, but discourse took place. This is how it should be. We should be able to hear one another, maybe agree to disagree, and then work through whatever system and institution we have to be able to affect whatever change we want to see affected. I applaud this community as a whole, and to my colleagues here, no better group that I'd ever want to work through something like this with. Thank you all for the opportunity to serve with you.
I agree. And finally, just want to echo everything that my colleague said. Happy Board Appreciation Month. You deserve that recognition for all that you do in service to your community without asking for anything in return. I appreciate you. I also want to thank our community, everyone in our community. I am really pleased that we had a productive meeting, that we were respectful of one another. Even where we disagree, the more that we can work through differences of opinion, the better. That is the beauty of diversity. Mr. Walker, you had something to add?
I just wanted to add, too, I got back feedback on the communication plan for the board from Scott Morales at MASB. He gave me that dialogue or that feedback today, so I'm going to incorporate that into the document, run it through the committee, and it should be in front of us all, hopefully by middle of next year, Lord have mercy, middle of next month, okay, not that long, middle of next month for whatever level of approval we need to have. I just want to share that.
Thank you. And just finally, 2 more points on the, and I see you, Dr. Blau, so we will recognize you. On the STEM truck, oh my gosh, that was just amazing. Every middle schooler is going to have an opportunity to get on that truck. It's a completely immersive STEM experience. It's awesome, great. The second thing, if you haven't had a chance to see the North Farmington STEP team, you are missing out. They did an awesome job last week at their first performance. I'm sure they'll be performing again. If I find out when, I will let you know. Dr. Blau.
Happy Board Recognition Month.
Thank you.
I still have more.
All right, seeing no more good and welfare, we are adjourned.
All right.